Don't go anywhere, guys. Coming up next, while we set up, is the Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga run by PinkPajamas. So make sure you guys catch that.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2018. I'm going to be your host for this run. My name is Vanivan. We are about to get started with our next run, which is going to be Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga, being run by PinkPajamas. And I think we're about ready to take it away, are we not? Alrighty. Very good.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm going to introduce our couch. I'm PinkPajamas. We have
Roselle.
Roselle.
Still here.
Ghoul02. And Gedrith.
And Cerno.
So, I don't think there's anything I really need to explain at the start. I set like one little config option here for just menu purposes. So I'm ready to start in 3, 2, 1, go. So cutscenes in this game, for some of them are skippable and some of them are not. So the kind of introductory cutscenes here, I'm just going to be skipping. There are a few that I can't skip. So we're going to get right into one of the fights. And SMT games have, at least starting from the PS2, have a kind of specific battle system to them. So you've got a whole bunch of things going on the very first fight that needs to be explained kind of mechanically. So first off, I'm going to go to the shop and I am going to buy some ammo. And I only need the ammo for the very first dungeon. It just makes it go a little quicker. And I can't skip this cutscene. And we just get to see Surf, the main character, put his ring into the shop, and we get to see a whole range of things that we can see in the shop.
And not purchase.
90% of them you can't buy at all.
Yeah.
Also, the cutscenes you all missed were just everyone turns into demons.
Yeah,
Yep.
a giant plant explodes in passionate fury.
We'll talk about that later. We've got a good opportunity to talk about the story dump. So I'm just glad that shop cutscene doesn't happen every time you open the shop. I was really worried about that the first time I played. I was like, oh no.
So we're just going to equip that shot shell onto heat, and it just increases his gun damage by a little bit. We're not going to really be firing his gun directly. We're going to be using gun combos. So first off, I want to explain press turn system, which is starting with the PS2 Shin Megami Tensei games. It's kind of the system that they went with. So I have 3 party members, so that means I have 3 press turns for my turn. If I hit a weakness or get a crit or pass a turn, it consumes half of a press turn. And what that means is that each character can get a total of 2 turns. If they hit weaknesses, get crits, or whatever. Pass will consume a half press turn if there's already a half press turn available, but the crit and weakness will just turn full press turns to half press turns. And another thing is that each character has a demon form for Digital Devil Saga in particular. And with that, we have that's kind of where we get all of our skills. But for the case of the guns, you have to be in human form. So at the very beginning, we're going to pass to Heat. We're going to turn him into a human, and we're going to pass back to Surf, and then use a combo with one of Surf's skills that he has preset with Heat in human form. And that will it'll consume 2 press turns because it's a combo, but I'll have a half press turn and a full press turn active. So
Should probably explain combos as well.
It's exclusive to this game in particular, where if you have 2 abilities or you have a gun and an ability, like depending on the combination, they can turn into different skills. So what he's going to do is he's going to take a gun skill and he's going to turn it into ice, like an AoE ice shot, right?
AoE fire shot.
Yeah.
Weirdly, even though it's an ice demon actually giving it the magic, the element is based on the person that's shooting.
Also, it's using a void ability as well, which
Yeah.
is
yeah, the
also a little silly.
The combo is human form and a void skill. And we'll get to void skills later, probably in the first boss here. So here is the first fight.
With the best music ever.
You see in the top right, those are his press turns right there. He passed the first one, which turned the first one blinking. That shows that it's a half press turn. The revert costs, is that a full press turn when you revert?
Yes. Full press.
So if you have a half press turn, you can spend it as basically one press turn. And you see right there, he consumed the last two to just blow everybody up with a fire shot.
And he gets to choose where his stats go, so we're all going into magic. Because magic is overpowered in this game.
Yeah, so magic governs everything magical for the character. So magic attack damage, magic resistance, MP,
Accuracy.
It's silly. So
And healing power.
yeah. So at the end of the game, you're gonna see the main character with like double the MP to his HP.
Even at like halfway, like early in the game, he's gonna have double basically.
So right there was Harley. This is who we're kind of after in this first part of the game. So the side effect of everybody becoming demons is if you don't eat other demons, you actually start going insane, and that is currently what is happening to Harley.
It's kind of also happening to Argila, if you notice, whenever at the very end of a fight here. She doesn't get any AP at all towards the skills that she's learning.
And how like there's levels and then there's like you have Atma in this game, and that's the second bar over there, Atma points. And
The easy comparison is Final Fantasy IX, essentially, where you're learning skills by equipping different things, and as you fight with whatever you have equipped, you start learning skills based on what you have.
basically, yeah. And later on in the fight, he's gonna start like using devour skills to eat things and get a lot more Atma on those characters that eat things in battle, and hopefully don't get stomach aches.
So this is a SAS effect. So there's several SAS effects in this game. That one was frozen. So when you freeze something, every time you melee attack it, it's automatic crit. You'll see several of them coming along throughout the whole game. There's going to be hopefully some we don't see, but they can be very good for us and also very, very bad depending on the encounter and how we get it. I think the worst I've ever had was I got my whole entire team charmed, and I got to sit there and just wait for them to die.
Yeah, that's the thing with SMT is it doesn't hold your hands at all. So at nearly any point during this entire run, I can die. With Digital Devil Saga, it's still quite a bit easier than some of the other SMT games.
I was going to say my casual playthrough had only 10 deaths, which for SMT is relatively low, but
Good.
yeah, these games are known for killing you basically at any point. It's affectionately referred to as getting SMT'd, where you just spawn into an encounter, get back attacked, and then just get one shot essentially.
Oh yeah, it's really great in this game where you get ambushed in human form, and human form is a lot weaker than demon form for a lot of reasons, but you're immune to Hama. That's the only real benefit.
And you don't have a weakness in human form.
Yeah, that's right. So Surf is weak to fire because he's ice-based. He's weak to frost because he's fire-based. Argilla is weak to Zan because she's earth-based.
Zan is wind.
Force.
Yeah.
Or force, yeah.
It's kind of like wind, but it's...
I'm a
It's
Persona
basically
nerd,
wind.
so I always get it mixed up.
I mean, it's green and it's blowing wind, basically.
I don't know why they have that different in Persona, because it's always been different in Persona, but like it's basically the same thing. I think they even like reuse the animations from Zan. It's just like, oh, it's Garu now. Sorry.
Also, you don't have to follow Harley there. It's intended when you go through the first time, you kind of follow him around this little like small maze, but if you just go to where you're intended to go to begin with, you can just skip all that.
Basically, it's a loop, like it's a circle here, but it's a square. But we're gonna cut him off by flipping this switch over here, so he goes a specific direction.
And I have to be fighting encounters while I'm going through here because I need to get Void Fire on Heat, kind of the mantra that he's learning. It says question marks right there, but whenever that the Atma points, the mantra gets full for Heat, that's when I don't need to actually fight encounters through this beginning section anymore.
Say it shows question mark, question mark, question mark, because we haven't technically like learned what Atma are, so it's gonna do a tutorial on that relatively soon.
And Void abilities are actually abilities in this game too. Like there are passives that you can get later on, but right now all we're gonna have available are the active abilities that give you a temporary shield for that turn, for that element.
Mm-hmm.
And that's important for the first boss because he uses fire.
Yeah, we never kind of explained the kind of negative part of the press turns where if there's a void, a reflect, or
You miss.
drain, or a miss, yeah. then you lose press turns. Like avoid and a miss, you lose 2 press turns. Reflect and drain means that
You lose all your turns.
yeah, you lose your entire turn.
Is that true in even Nocturne and such?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh wow, I never realized that.
PinkPajamas, I have a few donations to read here. Let me know when would be a good time.
Coming up, there's going to be 15 minutes of unskippable cutscenes.
Ooh, neat. All right. That sounds like a good time.
So that'll be a good time for donations. So just need to get rid of these enemies. And it's nice having these gun combos because I don't actually have any fire skill except for that gun combo at this point. So being able to just one-shot an entire group with their weakness is really nice to do. And because it's so early in the game, I haven't learned any skills.
Heat, despite being fire element, basically, he's a physical attacker only, though, basically.
So right there, that's stun. That's another one of the status elements we were talking about. So
And then-
if he had physically attacked, it would have been a guaranteed crit. I believe Terra, which is Earth, is the only spell that doesn't have one, although Fire might not.
Fire doesn't.
In
Force
general-
doesn't.
oh,
It's
Force-
just electric and ice.
Okay,
that
so in
has-
general, they try to compensate those by giving them slightly more damage, but it's not super relevant.
I think Terra's the only one that has, like, extra damage, like, built into it, though, doesn't it?
I know Terra does. I'm not 100% on.
I'm not sure
Fire and Sam.
exactly what it is. And there are also like a whole bunch of resistances. Some enemies resist a bunch of the other elements and such. Also to note is that Terra is specific to Digital Devil Saga for some reason. A lot of the SMT games have 4 elements, but here we have Earth as a 5th element, which is a little odd, but sure. Alright, this encounter here should give me enough AP for Heat to learn the skills. And since I have it on my mind, I can set them here just before I get to Harley. Whenever I learn skills, I can set them onto empty slots. I don't have to do any kind of fancy demon shenanigans like you do have to do in some of the other SMT games.
You could just set your skills. You'll have up to 5 members later on in the game. Right now we only have 3, though.
So is that pretty decent timing as far as actually getting the skills, or is it pretty much negligible? You're going to get it at
That
about
was
this point.
pretty good timing. I mean, I didn't get any more encounters than I needed to, so that's pretty good. So now we have Void Fire, and we turn Surf into human form, so that we have Ice Shot against Pierce. So Ice Shot has a very high chance to proc the Freeze, which lasts for a single turn, and that means that if I proc Freeze, then any physical attack will automatically crit, and crits do 1.5 times damage, but more importantly,
Free
it
press
turns, yeah, it's free press turns.
Oh
So-
no, though.
Now here I can't use Void Ice, and it's kind of the triggering a part of the fight where I need to. He's going to use a fire attack.
It's a big lead into what I like to call creepy hands.
The demon design in these games are always really, really fun to look at.
But because we had the Void Shield up, we completely negated it.
Also, Voids only last for a single turn, which is nice. You can kind of just wait it out. Especially on this one, since he does it, then use Prep Yours, and skip his next turn effectively.
One thing I haven't quite talked about was the auto thing. Auto battle on my side just does normal attack. That's what I set it to.
It's also a little bit faster for those auto attacks too, the animation.
The normal attack animation is a little faster if you have auto on, either on your side or the enemy side. So that's why whenever it's the enemy turn, you're going to see me turn auto on. Because if they do a normal attack, it's just going to be a little faster.
So
All
we
right.
just took over a hideout.
So there's going to be 15 minutes of cutscenes. So bring those donations in.
Ooh, goody gumdrops. You got it. All right, here we go. We have a $50 donation from Crazy Canuck, who says, Frost King fight hype. We have a $17 donation from Giles Diretide, who says, "Hey guys, I stayed up late to see your SMT run. Hope it goes well. Love what you guys are supporting, and please keep up the good work." We have a $50 donation from Urban Scholar, who says, "Hey, Pink Pajamas, Urban Scholar here.
Hey.
You're here and you got DDS during RPG Limit Break. Hope you're having fun and show everyone why we love these beautiful cannibalistic demons."
Yeah, so whenever you kill a demon in this game, it's sort of implied that you eat them. It doesn't actually show it unless you use a Devour skill, and even when you use a Devour skill, they just like turn into a ball of like their essence, and then you eat that.
It's not particularly graphic.
They
Yeah, it's
turn
not
they turn into Atma,
super
which is
graphic.
the real term for the game world.
Any more to come?
Yes, we have a couple more. We have an anonymous donator with no comment, gave us $20. Thank you very much for that. And we also have a $5 donation from Gail that just says, "King Frost incentive not met yet? I do not comprehend."
I do not comprehend.
So speaking of which, there is a incentive currently going for this game for a battle with King Frost. Right now, that is at $604.08 out of a $750 that needs to be met. So we are about 80% of the way there, very close. The runner informed me that about 4 hours in is the cutoff for that. So I sincerely hope that that will get met by that time. Plenty of run between now and then. Yeah,
It's right at the very end.
very good.
Get the shrine.
Yeah,
get
you
the
need to
shrine,
go
get the shrine.
up, go up.
On
go
the
up.
way back, I'll get it. Yeah, so for part of the King Frost incentive, I need to hit 2 specific terminals so that I can activate them to teleport with later. But going in there after, when I have the Atma stuff unlocked, is a little faster.
I was gonna say the music when we first entered this area, like one of my favorite songs in the game, and you hear it for like 30 seconds.
I like a lot of the music.
It's really good. It's just like, oh, it's such a clean guitar riff.
Now we get to see all the when we get the plot dump. I don't know if we want to go into it or what.
We may as well.
These are all the tribal leaders of the wasteland that they're all in, and this guy is the first to wake up, basically.
So the first cutscene in the game is we're all like locked in battle because we have these warring tribes that are like trying to take over the wasteland, and whoever wins gets to ascend into Nirvana. Is kind of the idea. And while we're doing this like war and this fight, this like plant explodes, and all of a sudden everybody turns into demons. And so like right now we're still kind of like figuring out the repercussions of that. And while we're doing that, inside of that flower was also this girl named Sarah, who seems oddly familiar, and we know that we're going to protect her, but we don't know like much about her or why. Like there's this innate feeling that we need to protect her. Right here, it's kind of like explaining a bit more of what's going on with all of that.
This is basically how the creatures of Nirvana speak to the Wastelanders.
This is kind of like a neutral area for like the inside of the wasteland where like all the tribes can meet up. So like again, these are all the other tribe leaders. The first boss that we fought, the guy that turned into Armless Zebra, I forget exactly what the demon name was.
Oh, Harley was the guy, but yeah.
Yeah. So he was one of the tribal leaders. So when we defeated him, we technically took over his tribe and assimilated it into ours. What's our tribe name again? I actually forget. Somebody donate with what the tribe name is so that we know.
I think it should display when I'm on the menu. But
And this is just Angel, the person that's going to tell us what Atma and how to eat it to eat.
Yeah. So this is the game explaining like, oh yeah, so you guys are all demons, so you get stronger by consuming Atma and learning new skills,
Someone
basically.
get the sensor bar up right now.
But yeah, so also when the plant exploded and gave everybody their demon forms, the tattoos also appeared onto them. That's where their demon form actually comes from.
You cannot escape your hunger. Warrior
Pink Pajamas, I got another donation that just came in here for you. We have a $3.92 donation from Ghost King,
Oh boy.
who says, I know too many people on this couch to come up with something silly to say that works for all of them. See you chaps in about 16 hours. Good luck, PPJ. He to the ho to the PPJ. Go, go, go.
Let's go, go, go. Yeeho.
Hee-ho?
Behold.
So Atlas's mascot Jack Frost comes from the SMT games, and his catchphrase is "he-ho." So you'll hear us say it a lot randomly in this, just for fun. But
Especially if the King Frost incentive gets mad.
There's gonna be a lot of he and hoeing. We also get to run into the He-Ho brothers.
And we listen to the rap.
So the black-haired girl is Sarah. That's the girl that we found at the flower site that is hiding at our base right now.
And coming up is the reason why we, well, soon-ish, is the reason why we can't skip this cutscene right there. It has a dialogue option. And Twitch-friendly, too. See? Censoring it for us.
Devouring everyone in your path.
So is the game explained we're in a digital world at this point? Because
That's the next game.
So I guess we should actually explain a little about Digital Devil Saga itself. So it's considered a spin-off of the main SMT series. It's essentially, a lot of people consider it like a two-part game more so than like DDS1 and DDS2, a separate thing. Like, a lot of people consider that the first game is incomplete without actually having played the second, which I actually haven't yet, so.
Now, we're not going to be spoiling any of DDS2's plot.
All you get to know right now is that we're in the Matrix.
Or in the digital, like some kind of...
Don't forget the shrine, don't forget the shrine.
Yep.
It's
It's the next
coming.
area. And also, every time the person's kind of eyes awaken, when they go from the white to their actual color, that's when they awaken to their actual personality.
Yeah, so far we had that Varen, the guy with the blue eyes, one of the other leaders.
He woke up real fast.
Yeah, he woke up. Surf has woken up, although he just has gray eyes anyway. Heat woke up during the that first fight we had, and Argila woke up pretty early as well.
I thought she doesn't wake up until after a little later. Or does she already?
I think she's already woken up. Like, she insists on not eating demons, and I think that's part of kind of how she is. So, got another one of those cutscenes for the first time I enter, kind of like the shop. So we have this mantra system, and if you want to explain it?
Alright, so any person can learn any skill in this game if they use the right spirit. So he's going to learn Earth. Heat's going to learn some more devouring physical skills. Taunt.
Taunt's the big one
taunt.
there.
Taunt's the biggest one.
It's not a devour skill, but it's ridiculously strong, as you'll find out.
I need you to finish up Terra. Forgot about that.
Yeah. Didn't get enough encounters for her. Well,
No, she
couldn't
doesn't.
anyway.
She receives none for the
Yeah.
first dungeon.
Yeah, that's right.
Because she refuses to consume demons.
But basically, so he has the spirits now. Now, every time he eats demons, like at the end of battles or during the fight when he uses the Devour skill, he's going to get Atma points. And each spirit has a set requirement of Atma points they need to have before you learn those skills. And then as the game goes on, he's going to get more skill slots opened up so he can put more skills in for all the skills he's going to learn.
Now, we've talked about this Devour move a lot, and we haven't really discussed too much into it. So Devour is when you actually kill somebody with a Devour move, you actually gain extra Ultima from it. So a little bit later on, we'll get into a point called a hunt that we're going to try to eat these really Ultima heavy enemies.
You can just call it AP.
Yeah, AP. Let's go with that.
Right.
But
Atma
we'll
points.
eat these and like pretty much immediately max out some skills,
Yeah.
as well as I forgot the place's name, but I think it's the second area after this.
Moldar, I think.
It's
Yeah,
a
well-
revisit, though, later on, right?
You'll
Yeah,
see.
the revisit.
Okay, maybe it's third.
The one thing about Devour skills that is a bit interesting is that they are all physical, and you'll notice that we're not really speccing Surf for physical damage at all. So his Devour skills are a little bit weak. So you'll see PinkPajamas will have very specific setups to get them to within. It's like 7 HP it does for like actual damage, right? Like it's super low.
Yeah.
So he has to like get these demons set up to where they are like, you breathe on them and they die. so that he can actually consume them.
I
But
do not know this.
And here we get to see the whole cast. That's Gale.
Truly remember.
That's Yellow. And this is Sarah. Now we get to see Argilla's eyes too. Classic
I'm very
amnesia.
sorry.
Nope, not woken up.
Child of purgatory? Now what do we do?
that's right. I was trying to remember who also voiced Argila. It's the voice of
Nothing's
Yukiko.
changed. We'll crush the other tribes and reach Nirvana by using this new power.
I have no objections.
So Gale's gonna give us
Our
a
goal remains the same.
couple of
I am
plans,
in Sarah's
and
I just want to
we don't
be
really
normal.
think that they'll work very well. So
I'll do
we're just gonna
anything
skip
to find a
those
cure for this
plans,
curse.
those planned cutscenes.
It's a pretty classic. Make the plan goes awry. Throw away the plan, improvise, work out anyway.
But at least one of his
Allow
plans
me to
work.
propose a plan.
Probably the most important one too. If that
Yeah.
one, if that
I
one had screwed
mean-
up, we would have been.
I mean, Gale's plan is actually the one we go with, and it works perfectly, basically.
Yeah, so here he's explaining the plan, but we don't want to listen to it. Just skip it.
It's pretty much the gist of it was attacking one of the weaker clans while some of the more powerful clans go after each other, while at the same time also going and trying to form an alliance with one to help
But an inflexible
with some
line
protection. Because technically you're still one of the smaller clans.
It's the enemy of the enemy.
Enemy's
Enemy of my
enemy
enemy
is
is
our
our friend.
friend.
Right
Yeah.
there.
You've certainly changed.
This would be a good time to talk about some of the prize incentives that people can donate for.
Go right ahead.
Alrighty, very good. So throughout
do
the
not
course of this marathon, there are going to be plenty of different prizes that you can win based on, first of all, the game that's being played, and then also there's a minimum threshold that you need to donate in order to get eligible for it. It's going to be a random drawing once the event concludes. What we have going on right now is for a minimum donation of at least $10, you will automatically be entered into a drawing to win an Amazon Fire TV stick with an Alexa voice remote. That was very generously donated by Ryan Stevens. That's going to go through until the end of this run. So you've got
Too naive.
roughly 5 hours or so to get in on that. And then on top of that, we have we have one that's going to be running throughout the entire week. And that's what we consider like our grand prize as far as the drawing. That is going to be a Nintendo Switch with Disgaea 5 and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. That is being brought to you by Meta Sigma. Thank you very much for that, Meta. In order to get eligible for that, you need to bid at least $75. Now, here's the nice thing. It doesn't need to be $75 on one shot. It is cumulative. So if you donate $25 3 times, you're in. So be sure to get your bids in for that, not only for the great cause that we're supporting here, but hey, you might also get some swag for yourself as well.
All right, so the unskippable cutscenes are over now, and we're going to head over to is it,
Maribel's territory.
yeah, the Maribel's territory, and
Prove ourselves worthy.
yeah, prove ourselves worthy of the Manipura to try and ally with them. Doesn't quite work that well, but it kind of does. We'll see. But first, I'm going to enter this shop here, and I am going to sell pretty much everything I have and buy a lot of items. I'm going to buy like a couple of revival beads and a lot of bombs and a bunch of anti-status stuff for like the entire run.
So the items that he's going to be using have basic elemental effects. It's as though he was casting a spell himself, which is really nice because, for example, you do not have access to like an AoE wind skill or an AoE fire skill at the moment. So getting access to those, even though it costs a little bit of money, is completely worth it at this point in the game.
They also scale off your own magic stats. Makes it really good for Surf to use them.
Yeah.
Also, with this area, you don't actually get any encounters until you head near the bridge that was right outside, which PinkPajamas will go do right after this, and then head over to an Ultima Shrine and try to build up some ult and then switch some mantras around. And we're going to be doing quite a bit of combat in this one to get what we need before the boss fight at the end of it.
Yeah, the worst boss.
The worst first time we go against this boss.
Yeah.
The second time's even worse.
Alright.
I mean, this is casually,
Can you say
but
anything?
the
No.
speedrun does their own thing, and
Yeah, right at that exact spot is always going to be two President Ghoul.
Hi.
Hi.
oh look, they're all weak to magic. Who would have thought?
They're all weak to Earth.
I mean, aren't Predas usually weak to every magic source, basically?
I think it depends on the game.
Yeah, not in this game. They're not weak to ice. I think they're only weak to fire and earth in this one. It's Nocturne that they're weak to all of them. So kind of between different SMT games, the weaknesses of the enemies are actually a little different sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. And when you're kind of going between the games, it can be a bit tricky to keep track of all of the weaknesses, especially since you pretty much have to be fighting random encounters on the way as part of the speedrun.
I guess we should explain, like, every enemy we encounter does have specific weaknesses and things they resist. That's just pretty standard for SMT. So, for example, Jack Frost, who's the mascot, is almost always going to null ice and be weak to fire. So again, that matters for those press turns as well, where if you hit the weakness, you get it, you only consume half of your press turn. If you hit a resistance, you consume 2 of your press turns, and you do basically no damage.
One thing to note, though, is that if you hit someone with a weakness, but someone else like drains it or what? It's not resist because resist doesn't matter. It's if they drain it or reflect it that you will still lose all your press turns. That takes precedence over you getting an extra press turn.
I'm going to sneak in another donation here if I can.
All right.
We got a $50 donation from CVG who says, hee ho! This donation goes towards the King Frost fight ho!
How far off are we from that?
I will double check that for you right now. All right. We are at $658, so only, math, $92 to go. So we are getting close.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen, indeed.
And so because Argilla just learned Terra, we just learned a whole bunch of new combos, too.
Yeah, the basic kind of 5 elements of magic, you can pair 2 of them together to get a maw of that element, and it'll use 2 press turns, but it will attack every single enemy. So that's what I'm doing here, is I'm combining Augie and Terra to get Maw Terra, which is an earth attack against the entire party.
If this is your first time seeing an SMT game for the spell names, it is a little bit like, say, Final Fantasy. You know, in Final Fantasy you have, you know, Aura is your, like, 2nd tier, Aga is your 3rd tier. SMT has its own little system as well, where by reading the spell name you can tell what it is. So if it has a Ma in front of it as a prefix, that means that it is an AoE skill. And then it's
The suffix after
the
usually.
suffix after, yeah. It's a little bit different for the 2nd tier, but the 3rd tier is pretty much always dying. So
I was actually supposed to be Micronova. Oh well, that's fine.
So I guess to talk about our party a little bit. We already mentioned Heat is a physical-focused character. Argilla is meant to be more of a support, utility, and magic-based damage dealer. And then Surf is a blank slate that you can make into whatever you want. So
we're just going to make him into the biggest glass cannon of magic ever.
not even that glass cannon-y, honestly. So we're also actually that's something to mention in this. You'll notice that PinkPajamas is going to put to an 8 in the, I believe it's endurance stat is what it's called. He needs to get just bulky enough for one of the bosses in this area to not one-shot him. And as it just so happens, that is the threshold at which he has enough HP to just survive a power-charged hit.
Yeah, survive 1 hit.
And Vit is both armor and HP increase for physical armor.
It's vitality, that's right.
I think so. Levels also matter in terms of like damage. It's not huge, but it's still an effect. Just raw levels.
I'm going to ask a question, if I may, and I don't know if you've covered this yet, but in the upper left-hand corner, there's that circle thing, and it's usually something out of 8. It just said half right now. Did you explain what the significance of that is?
So a big thing in earlier SMT games, I think they've taken out since 4, is so there's a cycle, and depending on what cycle it is, it has certain effects on the game, as well as some other things like in this game, for hunts, you can only do a hunt in a room every 8 cycles. I don't know if it is the same in this game, but I know in Nocturne, what you open from a chest can also be based on what cycle you're currently in.
Chests in this game are the same every time.
Okay.
Let's say it's relatively insignificant for this game compared to something like Nocturne, where it has very large effects on what's happening.
Yeah, I think
And
it's
here's
really
the-
for the hunt. That's about it.
It's really just the timing for the hunt where you can't just spam them. The hunt's going to be later though. And it's usually called a moon cycle because it's usually what it is. It's a moon. But here it's, I don't know what it is.
It's noise.
Noise.
Are there going to be any parts of this speed run where you're going to exploit that mechanic?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, one thing that is kind of relevant, but I don't really pay attention to it, is the higher the noise is, the more the cells will settle for. That's CELL for SELL.
Those are just items you're going to pick up from these special golden chests, basically.
They basically, their only purpose is to be sold for money.
I mean, it's in their description, basically.
Yeah, it's not super relevant for this. It's a much bigger deal in Nocturne, and this game was basically built in the Nocturne engine. It has a lot of big differences, mainly in that you're not recruiting demons like normal SMT, or mainline SMT, I guess. But see right there, there's the 1 point in Vitality. His next level up, he'll put all 3 points into Vitality to get to that magic little 8 number so that he doesn't get one shot and exploded by the boss here.
I also need to learn my level 1 mantra by then
Come on. Your
on
ass is mine.
Argila and Surf.
Your ass is mine.
This game has some pretty good dialogue at times.
He likes his collection of butts.
I mean, that's what the claws on his hands are for.
Gotta pick up a couple chakra drops in case I need to do some MP healing. Don't really need that for money. Usually the stuff that I pick up is for money or like specific healing items. I don't need to recover MP that much in this game. If this was Nocturne, I'd be doing a lot of MP healing. Or I would really want as much MP healing as possible. But here, it's not that big of an issue. We said Nocturne a lot, and I guess we could talk about that a little more, like what it is, what mainline SMT is versus
The spin-offs.
yeah, the spin-offs.
So as of right now, there are kind of 4 like mainline flagship SMTs. There's SMT 1, 2, 3, and 4. The first 2 came out on Super Nintendo. SMT 3, which is what is called SMT 3 or SMT Nocturne in the West, and it's Lucifer's Call in Europe, I want to say.
Lucifer's Call.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of that was like the West's first exposure to the series. It was the first SMT game to come out for PlayStation 2. It's also notoriously difficult for an RPG. And then you have 4, which was on 3DS, which also has a direct sequel in 4 Apocalypse. You also have a lot of spin-offs in this series. So you have everything from Jack Bros on the Virtual Boy, which is take control of Jack Frost and go through a
Puzzle Boy.
yeah, puzzle top-down shooter type thing, to stuff like Digital Devil Saga, which is kind of a, what if you are the demons rather than recruiting them, to stuff like Devil Survivor on the DS, where
Tactics
it's
game.
a tactics game. Probably
Everyone's favorite Persona.
I was gonna say probably the most well-known spin-off is Persona, which, funnily enough, was never actually marketed as SMT in Japan, but always has been marketed until 4 Golden in the U.S.
Says SMT in the title. It counts, man.
So an SMT has a lot of social sim elements, and the combat works a little bit differently as well, so it doesn't use a press turn. In general, the theme of hitting weaknesses to do extra damage and get extra benefits is kind of like the main theme of SMT combat that kind of strings these together on top of demon design, spell names, and things like that.
But in mainline SMT, the real big part is recruiting demons, fusing demons, and making your party that way, and having usually a character that's a human as the leader.
Right. And there are spin-offs where that is a thing as well. Like, I know, for example, Devil Survivor is very much about recruiting and fusing demons as well. So there we go. There, we have the magic 8 vitality. So you see, whenever you increase his vitality, he got more health, and it also, I believe, it also does increase your physical bulk as well, as far as taking less damage from that.
Yep. Later in the game, if you see Heat take magic, like Heat has the lowest magic growth in the game, I believe. So later on, when he takes a magic hit, he'll take like 200 damage. Surf will take like 12, because Surf is going to end up with 99 by the end of the run.
Yeah, Surf will take less damage from a weakness hit than everyone else in the party will from a normal hit. It's kind of comical, actually.
Yeah, you can see Mirage, and he takes the least amount of damage to it, even though he's weak to it.
What's the bonus damage ratio on hitting weaknesses in this game? Is it double like it is in a lot of others, or is it
It's
like 50%?
1.5,
Okay.
I think.
Also, you can run away in this game, unlike in hard modes and not in SMT mainlines usually. Contrary to what's going on right now.
Man, you were.
This blob is being real.
This is cursed from your practice yesterday, because yesterday his practice, he like, I think you
He's
failed
back.
like 2. Oh,
He's
boy.
back.
Here we go.
He's back.
It's happening again. Thankfully, he doesn't have the one thing you don't want to have with sleep.
Calm
Eternal rest.
Death. It's calm death in this one.
Oh, it's calm death.
Yeah, that only shows up way later, though.
There are some skills that are instant kills if you have a specific status ailment. Like they were mentioning, there's a calm death one. In some games, there's one for fear. I'm not sure if there is in this game.
I don't think fear's in this game though.
Fear sort of is. It's specific.
frightening.
It's frightened for like a specifically for devour stuff. It's called fear, but it's not.
Or later on, just
it's not a
Heat's
status
presence.
effect that you recover,
Yeah.
like with an item. So shoutouts to SMT Encounter Race. There's pretty much no floor to the number of steps you have to the next encounter.
You can take an inch and you'll get another one.
Yep.
So that's what happened right there. I got like 5 encounters in a row.
And he doesn't want to take them because he wants to get his new Earths or his new spirits up, so he can get more Atma.
Just get more skills ready, so that I'm not wasting any Atma points when I'm fighting encounters. So one thing that's a little annoying is having to go to a terminal every single time you want to get another, or you want to learn some more skills. Everyone's healed up.
Unlike a Nocturne where you can just ingest a bug.
So one thing to actually bring up, there's actually a unique sass effect in this game that actually goes along with Devour, and it's called getting a stomachache. You quite literally, if you overeat, you get a stomachache, and I think all your like stats go down for a bit, and you have a good chance of
You're
just
stunned during the turn and you take some damage.
You also don't get any Atma at the end of the battle if you still have a stomachache at the end of it.
Yeah, because you're full.
It's actually not from overeating. It's apparently just completely random. So.
I mean, like.
Oh yeah, like
overeating.
In the lore, yes. In practice,
Respect
it's
the lore.
in practice, it's just like, oh, I got unlucky. Okay, I hope I have time to heal this before the end of the fight.
And that's gonna be it's gonna be really important for the hunt fights.
And also, is this the first game that hunger shows up as a sass
It's
effect?
the only game.
It comes in Persona.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, hunger is in, I think, 4 and on.
If you're talking about like the text that shows up, like the party is hungry, that's
No, when you actually get the effect.
Oh,
yeah,
that,
the hunger.
okay.
I know it's in 5. I'm not sure if it's in 4 or not, but I think it even has a different effect in 5. So it's kind of like it's.
Yeah, 5 is it health loss or MP loss every turn? I think it's health.
It's like health loss.
These poor slimes trying to use skills they're
It's
not
not
ready
particularly relevant here because it's a different effect than what it is in this game.
Yeah.
So. There are a lot of SMT spin-offs, so it's hard keeping them straight sometimes. Oh, there's also, I forgot, there's also Rido, the Rido games, which is like real-time SMT.
Oh, there's also Strange Journey, which is similar to the last game that was just here at Drain Odyssey.
And the new one's coming out pretty soon too.
Actually, I think it came out
remake.
this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming out like this week, yeah.
Should be there when I get home.
Soul Hackers is another one that started on, I believe, PS1 in Japan, came out here on 3DS.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, it's a very prolific series, which is good if you like the combat system, and yeah, it's a really fun series. So.
Usually don't go there for story though.
Here's all my Thunder Rods. But Argila has learned Zeo, and I can combo Mazeo with that. So
She's learned the most broken spell in SMT history.
Yes, Zeo, the most powerful skill of all time. Nothing comes close to the power of Zeo. What that comes from is whenever I'm speedrunning Nocturne, a lot of times what happens is that you fuse demons together and there's random skill inheritance, and Zeo is the one that shows up the most, and it does show some use even in late game when I have it randomly show up whenever I'm fusing demons.
Meanwhile, he has stuff like, what is it? Not Bolt Storm. It's Glacial Blast.
Oh yeah,
Prominence.
Glacial Blast, Prominence, and Zeo on my strongest magic demon. Yeah, everyone's healed up.
One step away from the forced encounter.
SMT encounter rates, everybody.
Also, just general PS2 RPG counter rates.
I mean, it's good because in this game you actually want to get the fights.
In 4 and 4 Apocalypse, every encounter is visible in the overworld, so it's not as big a deal. But
Surf even got to level 10.
Completely healed too.
Yeah. Gotta make sure I'm completely healed for sure.
sometimes on level up, you'll get a random bonus, whether that's it'll restore all of your HP or MP, or you'll get like a 1 or 2 stat bonus on some random things.
I don't really ever pay that much attention to it. It's
usually insignificant and doesn't matter that much. Because you never route around getting a random heal, basically.
The random heals don't even matter, and the random stats are usually not a huge deal. I mean, at most, it means you'll max magic like a level or 2 earlier and just start putting points into vitality.
Screw this up again because of Arcakaja. Oh, we're fine. So Yuki is coming up after I beat all these Yakas.
This was a Meguro game, right?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that after this. This is a big fight.
So that's the move that why we get the vitality on Surf. If we didn't have that and that hit Surf is dead.
Should one-shot Argilla too, shouldn't it, still?
It's a damage range whether it one-shots Argila.
And the damage ranges in this game is 10% both ways.
Power Charge normally does 2.5 damage on whatever physical attack you use next.
That's really good that keeps going after Heat.
Yeah, Heat and Surf will be able to survive, but it's a 2-turn fight, and unless it misses, I think I can still go for the kill, though, yeah.
Yeah, that extra magic really helps.
See, level up matter.
Yeah, so if he didn't get that level up there and then went into that fight, it won't have taken an extra turn. He would have been probably just a little sly of the killing blow. Also, you can tell when you're getting close to actually killing the boss in this game, the text for the damage will turn red.
That's also in Nocturne, I believe, too.
Nope.
It's not?
No. You know, that's why you have to calculate damage sometimes. That's why I have to calculate damage against Beelzebub. If that showed up, I wouldn't have to calculate damage. So we have our favorite boss.
Batman.
He's not that bad in this first one casually.
Yeah, right now he's not bad.
So it's actually
Later
worse
he
in the
gets
speedrun
really
than it is
bad.
casually, isn't it?
I would think so.
Yeah, because casually, whenever you play, you'll see him guard, which he's going to do after this.
So when he does rage right here, you're going to see it's going to consume his 1 press turn and give him 2 half press turns. So he's going to consume the first one for a spiral edge, and the second one is probably going to be into a guard. Yeah.
So during guard, he's immune to pretty much all damage except Terra, which he's weak to.
And that also breaks the guard, so you can just start punching him.
But he's only weak to Terra when he's guarding.
Yeah, otherwise, it just doesn't do any damage. It's a void.
Because he's flying.
Yeah.
So the one thing we don't want to see is he rages, he does a spiral edge, and then he does an attack afterwards.
Or
His
he misses.
Yeah.
Well, missing isn't that bad.
Yeah, the missing is okay, but getting the 2 attacks, that's close enough to kill pretty much anybody in the party.
Yeah,
See-
if that hit Argila, it would have been pretty bad. I have revives if I need it, but
I believe it's a range for Surf and Heat, depending on how much damage they take from the 2 attacks. Yeah, what was it? I think it was practice yesterday that you just got horrible RNG and he kept killing everybody.
yeah, he would do like. I even called it that one time. It's like the worst thing he can do is the slash into Raving Slash, the Rage, Spiral Edge into Raving Slash on Argila, confusing her, and that exact thing happened. You really don't want Argila to get hit by Raving Slash and get confused because that's your first character, and you can restore Confuse, but whoever is first can end up just losing their turn to Confusion.
No speed stat here. It's just based on who's the first in the order.
Yeah, I guess we never mentioned that, is that the turn order is based off of the party lineup, and I can change that at any time. And you probably saw me do that like a couple of times. I just never mentioned it. So at the very beginning we had Surf, Heat, and Argila, and I switched it to Argila, Surf, then Heat. Mainly because Argila has access to the most combos during the random encounters that we were doing. So that's what was going on there. And Heat has access to the least amount of encounters, plus he has the lowest magic stat, so he doesn't do that much damage with magic attacks. And there aren't very many enemies here that are weak to fire.
Also, you'll notice he doesn't physical, like whenever he does auto, he never uses it with Surf. He only does it with Heat and Argila because their strength stat is higher.
Mm-hmm. Surf has the lowest strength stat.
And
Also-
will for the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also, that was a solid fight.
It was alright.
It can go a lot worse. Yeah, ideally is, he rages often, does Spiral Edge, immediately guards.
So now we just proved ourselves worthy to Alliance. So now we're going after these guys, another tribe.
Oh yeah, I'm healed.
So this is possibly, depending on the encounters we get, another one of the first places we'll show off Devour. We do want to get a certain skill set before we get to the end of this area.
We will see it off of the first encounter here. The 2 Archangels, they have 170 HP, and I'll pick up 2 bombs, and I'll use 2 shock bombs. The most amount of damage it can do is 84, which is kind of convenient. Because if you add 84 and 84, that's 168. That's just below. And Devour does 7 damage, and I really want to kill with Devour. And Surf learned Devour at the very beginning of the game. That was the first mantra he learned. And so that lets us learn a lot of skills much quicker. So here are the 2 bombs. We have the shock bombs and the blasts. It's kind of like tier 2 electric and tier 2 force. Just 2 bombs. The blasts I just use wherever I need them, and the 2 shock bombs I'm going to use right on these Archangels. So I'm going to save just before it because there's a chance I can get a stomach ache, or these Archangels they have AoE physical skills and they can crit. So
Oh, sorry.
it's not likely that I can die here, but it does happen, like here and there. Even right after these Archangels.
So story-wise, what we're doing here is we're trying to sneak in to get to the clan leader, while the others are making a distraction, luring everybody else outside. This place is supposed to be like the most heavily fortified like fort in the whole wasteland. But they forgot to put people in the secret entrance, apparently.
I mean, we just took a ladder to it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And that's what you don't want to see. But he dodged, thankfully.
Yeah, Surf dodged. So there's that crit, but they didn't get their press turns because there was a dodge in there. And losing press turns takes precedence over gaining press turns.
No stomach ache?
Yeah, nice.
So you see right there, that Earth Shrine went from being like maybe a quarter full to 2/3 full.
You also notice that the other two party members didn't get any Atma there. They all went to Surf.
He's Unger boy.
Yeah, when you don't devour, pretty much it's equally spread out. If you do, it all goes to the one person that ate them.
And you get more AP overall with Devour. Even though it is just concentrated on the one person. Don't want to bother. No, not really. I don't. Archangels, the only weakness they have is death or Mudo, just instant death. And so I can't really exploit any weakness.
Oh, that's something to point out. So for people that are big fans of the series, normally when you think of Hama in the Modo, you think of the insta-kills. In this game, actually, Hama isn't an insta-kill, just a percentage of your health, your max health and damage.
This next, like this boss later on, if it was instant death would be great. Just spam it.
Hey, well, so at 6, I'm gonna actually go get breakfast if anybody wants anything. So, we all got up really early for this. Some of us have runs. Me and Gould get to be on couch for 12 hours. So we'll probably be taking shifts, just to let everybody know in chat. So does anybody want anything while I'm out?
No.
FYI, fellas, T-minus 19 minutes until breakfast is being served.
It is
at the
7?
hotel.
I thought it was 6.
It's 6:30.
6:30? Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. I'm here for a little while longer.
Yeah, 6:30 to 9:30.
Can't get rid of me that quickly, apparently.
They cut 30 minutes off from where I was last 2 years ago.
Yeah, like I went down to the snack room this morning and just everybody's already rated it.
Sonic Stones we bought for these guys, these Ukusas, they're pretty good for Atma and EXP.
Micronova is an almighty skill, so almighty is just basically there is no element to it, but
And there's no resistance usually.
Yeah.
Also here we're gonna meet a familiar face.
We do this just because there's a med kit here, and it's a full party heal for 150, and for early on, that's
More HP than you have.
yeah, more HP than I have. Because I got a bunch of encounters, I'm not going to try and eat him, and I didn't even get the Frightened proc anyway, so didn't matter. But normally, Surf would have would have a lot more to go on Earth Shrine, so I would try and go for a Devour setup if I get the Frightened proc. Devour skills do a lot more damage whenever you exploit weaknesses or crit someone or void any of the attacks that they do. There's a chance that they'll be frightened, and Devour skills will do
Massive damage.
a lot more damage to that.
And then they can crit on top of that.
saying if the enemy is frozen, you do almost no damage with Devour skills because you can't eat frozen food. Also love how when these guys are stunned, they just float in the air.
Magic.
Also, you notice a lot of the shouts seem to actually coincide with their models for now.
For now. Feeling dizzy.
So you see there, he equipped a skill called Earth Boost. It's going to increase the damage of all Terra skills that he uses by 25% probably.
Yeah.
We'll also begin something similar with fire later on. The route we actually use for this is called the Augudine route.
Early Augudine.
Because that's all we will be using and spamming. Because most of the bosses in this game are actually weak to fire.
Or don't resist it, rather.
Yeah.
These poor slimes.
Insufficient MP. They do have mana drain that they will eventually use, like after a few turns.
This is just to scare you, though. Like they're trying to use a tier 3 skill and they're low level. So there's the frightens on those guys.
I've always meant to go into emulator and like give them the MP and see how much damage they can actually do with Pterodine.
It's not that much. They don't even one-shot you.
I mean, it's just the fact that it's like, oh, it's a tier 3 skill. Scary times. Also, the gimmick of this dungeon is falling down when you get into it. When you go into a statue with red eyes, is vision range.
Look not into the eyes of the idol. Basically.
So on large terminals, you can completely recover. Just do the restore. And then you can change your Atma.
There's also sometimes healing terminals in the dungeon, but not often. Also, later on, you saw that like grayed out, but you can teleport to the large terminals too.
I'm going to be teleporting from a small terminal to this large terminal twice here. Because we need to grab 2 keys and then...
It skips a lot of backtracking.
Yeah. So that's what we're doing here, is we're going to go grab one of the keys.
And there you see blue eyes, yellow eyes. Yellow eyes, the closer you get to it, the more they'll reveal their true color. Blue eyes are safe.
Red eyes, if you occupy that square that you see on the ground right in front of them, it'll open up into a hole and drop you back into the what's supposed to be like the poison cloud area, but
you don't take damage down there.
Yeah, it just kind of hampers your view. That's really it.
It's really just a time waster because it makes you just go back to the stairs. Oh man, there's a charm, but
yeah. So this was actually where my first death was when I threw this game casually, because I got a surprise encounter and they charmed everybody.
Yeah,
so
that's why I sage, is because that can happen and I can die that way.
You really didn't die to the power charge guy?
No,
Alright.
I farmed a lot going into it.
Okay, that was my first death that I can remember. He just like one shot.
Yeah, I
surf.
think
was like, oh.
going in, I had about as much magic as he has now, and I had like 15 vitality as well.
Oh, I had no vitality. I was just rushing magic.
Also, you'll notice between like every time there's like a mini boss or a boss, there would be like a dialogue box right before it that says you feel the presence of a strong demon or something to warn you that there's a strong foe. This game's fair.
I mean, even
Fair.
I think even Nocturne does that.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just you're so far away from a saving point, you know?
Yeah, here there's like save points like right next to it. But I think one of the cheapest things you can do is go into a boss unprepared because you didn't know it was there.
In general, in SMT, knowing what bosses have and what they do is huge in actually beating them. So a lot of times when you fight a boss for the first time, you expect to die. And it's like you're reconning. You're like, okay, he does, you know, AoE fire and like he has a single target wind nuke or something. So it's like, okay, I need to not have something that's weak to fire and then hope that like the wind doesn't hit the wind thing or something like that. So
Or you avoid it.
yeah, and then it's like, okay, well, what's the boss actually like weak to, or what do they resist? And usually you use that information, you go back out, you fuse your demons, you find out like, okay, I need to get this, 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 and this, and you go back and you can usually beat the boss. It's kind of the general play pattern for the boss fights in this.
Like I think for most people that are into the SMT games, the big kind of example of learning how to adjust to boss fights is definitely Matador and Nocturne.
Yeah.
Use buffs.
Yep.
Use buffs.
I feel like it's gotten to the point that everybody just has lost at some point to it, so it's just a huge meme at this point.
We'll talk about buffs and debuffs a little bit once he starts using taunt. It's probably like the most relevant point to actually talk about them, but they're pretty good in SMT games.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single SMT game that you don't use buffs, actually.
I think it's debatable for Tokyo Mirage Sessions, but
I think there's some people that wouldn't consider that an SMT game, though.
they're wrong, but we'll continue on.
I mean, there's people that will say it's not a Fire Emblem game either. It's both in the end.
The bicorns there are weak to ailments, and I don't have any ailment skills. So, and the kind of same with the archangels there, they're weak to death. So I couldn't exploit any weakness and kind of the fastest way to get through that is using Micronova, even though it uses all 3 press turns that I have. And it took 2 turns. Another thing to note for every single encounter is that I get more money from an encounter or the faster I beat it. So like if I beat it in the first turn, I get the most amount of money. And
it's kind of a cool idea actually in the way that it plays around with Devour. Because in general, if you're devouring, you're kind of taking fights a little bit slower since you're trying to get set up to get them to lower health. And if you're like, one-shot nuking things, it's like, oh, you must not be needing Atma points, so we'll give you more money to buy Mantra so that you actually can go get Atma points.
I actually didn't know that about the money.
Yeah, it's actually it's pretty clever. So I noticed it because I was one-shotting things pretty quickly, casually.
So a quick question. I actually forgot to bring this up yesterday. So you told us that buffs don't affect items, but do having the boosts affect items?
no.
Okay.
The buffs, I don't think the buffs affect items. The only buff that does is Makakaja, and that's way late in the game. That's very end.
That's beyond the point where you're going to be using that, basically.
Does Raikunda affect it? Do they take extra damage with their Raikunda?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question as well. Just when it comes to the entirety of this run, are there any differences between what you would do in a normal, PB attempt as opposed to maybe what they call marathon safe strats? Is there anything in particular that changes between the 2 routes? Saving, okay.
You're a little bit more okay with the run dying if you're just going for a PB, but in this setting, obviously, he's going to be saving a lot more because usually in SMT games, it's not like, oh, you have a chance at dying. It's an inevitability. You will die at some point. Not quite so much in this one, but...
I mean, right now we're looking at some pretty good RNG right now.
Yeah. I'm loving it. This is what I play SMT for, is to try and run away from encounters and fail to do so, and possibly die from it.
We should have just recorded your run from yesterday and just use that footage.
I mean, another thing you might have noticed by now, but like skills don't cost a particular large amount of MP right now. Like
they don't in DDS. If it was Nocturne, they cost a lot of MP. Yeah. Like I would just use a couple buffs and debuffs early on, and that's my entire MP pool.
But your Surf has that 174.
Yep.
So he basically will never run out for the entire game.
This fight can be dangerous if he opens with Mazio and then gets a shock proc, which means that he'll use a physical skill and get like a whole bunch of crits going on, and that's no good. But no one got shocked on the first turn, so we can put up our electric shield. That you always get any of the void skills learned whenever you learn the first tier of that. So when Argila learned Zio, she also got Void Elect, which I can get an item that does Void Elect if I really needed to, but since it's fast to have Zio on Argila, I might as well put Void Elect on. It's just super quick.
It's also the lowest tier of Atma points required to get those ones too.
They're really easy to get. Later on, I'll be getting Void Ice on the character and nothing more on the ice, just to have Void Ice. Good. Mad Rush is physical skill. It does random targets and can do 1 to 2 hits, but there's always a minimum of 2 targets there. So with both of those Succubi being shocked, there's a guaranteed crit, and it was guaranteed that both of them were going to get crit, or hit and crit.
Yeah, Mad Rush is the Persona equivalent of Rampage.
And in Nocturne, it's called Berserk. I'll see.
If only they could just keep, they keep all their spells consistent. If they could only just keep everything else consistent, it'd be
The
nice.
physical skills, they love
They're not
changing
even that
up.
consistent on spells. As we mentioned, Terra, and this is completely unique and not in anything else.
I also have had a lot of encounters. I'm way ahead at this point.
So they also tend to play around with what Hama does a lot too.
Let's actually get Augie on Surf as well.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
SMT4, they went ridiculous and decided, oh, let's just add damage to Hama as well.
For Apocalypse, it's ridiculously broken. And then Persona 5, of course, they split up and said, okay, we'll have a damage variant and the instant kill variant.
So normally wouldn't do this as part of the route, but because I got so many encounters, I'm going to start on Protection with Heat. I eventually need it, so might as well do it now while I'm getting some AP.
Yeah, he's still got a little bit of a walk to the bosses.
It's usually about as fast to kill encounters as it is to run away for the most part, right? It's close.
It's
Depending
a
on the
little
encounter.
faster to run.
Like this one, you don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want to fight that.
But if you get one that you can easily kill with like 2 press turns.
Remember to turn
Also,
it the correct
screw
way.
these heads. These are.
Turn the
Put
keys
the
the
R
correct way.
key
Yeah,
to the left and the L key to the right.
Defaults to right.
I'm also mad because I did the same turn on one of the heads. It's like, oh yeah, this must be it. And it's like, oh no. Okay, let's go back up. Try it again. Oh, I did the exact same thing again.
Let me set Zan. Going through that door is kind of my cue for that. And because I have Heat mastering his taunt stuff, I'll set that.
Alright, so taunt raises the enemy's attack by 2 stages, physical attack, and lowers their defense by 2 stages.
Yeah, so there are. If you're used to Persona games, buffs and debuffs have a single target start in that. In most SMT games, everything is AoE for buffs and debuffs.
And there's also multiple stacks.
And
in
they
SMT
stack.
games.
So in DDS, everything stacks up to 4 times. There is, you can up magic attack, you can up attack, you can up defense, and you can up accuracy and agility. So even though we're buffing their attack by 2 stages, we're also removing their defense by 2 stages, which is huge. Especially if the opponent is not ever going to use physical attacks. And even if they do, it's still pretty nice to just like, 1 spell, 2 stacks of Raikunda. At max stacks of Raikunda, you do basically double damage, I believe.
Yes.
So we want to get most bosses up to 4 stacks of Raikunda as quickly as possible. So the different names for spells, there's Tarokaja, which is strength up. There's Tarunda, which is, again, the prefix and suffix. So Unda is on the other person down. Tarokaja is on, or Kaja is on your own team and buffed up. The defense is Ra, so Rakunda is defense down, Rakukaja is defense up.
It's Raku.
Su is accuracy and agility, so Sukukaja is all of yours are up, Sukunda is enemy accuracy agility down, and then Ma is magic, so
Makanda.
Makaja and Makunda.
Makakaja, Makanda.
Okay, what they said.
Yeah. Getting... Makanda is specific to DDS for some reason. I don't know why, but...
In most games, Tarokaja increases magic damage as well. So they felt they needed to separate it for this game because they do that sometimes.
I mean, in Nocturne, there were 2 separate buffs too, but Tarunda debuffed both.
I'm going to say, I think for Apocalypse it was separate as well.
Here I'm going to use the Blast with Surf. He has the most NA, so I get the most damage. I want to get Poison proc, alright. So I'll just hit Triangle.
So Poison does what you expect it to do if you've ever played any RPG ever. It does a percentage of max health and damage at the end of every turn. Oh, end of every opponent's turn.
I believe it's not percentage in this game. It's same every time, isn't it?
I have no idea. We don't use Poison that much. There's like a couple points where it can save time, which is Gyuki and Turdak, which is we just fought. That's the only times where Poison really ever saves time.
So, story-wise, we get to the throne room where this guy should be. Oh, they expected this the whole time. And
He's in another castle.
yeah.
So now we're just going to go report back to the frontliners.
who the plan for them was literally just to make a distraction then leave, not to like actually cause a big scene or get anybody killed.
So we're gonna rendezvous with the leader that we met already, or that we're allied with. And then she's gonna get real hungry.
So if I try and use Terra or like a lot of the elemental skills against the Archangels, they resist it, but not fire. So that's why I'm using the fire bombs, or they're called Molotovs here.
Speaking of being hungry, I would like to alert the couch to the fact that it is currently 6:30 a.m. So
you.
if
Okay, do
you
you
would
want
like
anything?
to
I'm
obtain
good
some
right
breakfast
now.
from the hotel, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
I also have a donation here of $15 for Anonymous that just says, I like unicorn. All right, thank you for sharing.
There's possibly going to be unicorns coming up. We don't want to see the unicorns if possible, but it's likely to happen on this boss coming up.
Bust
But-
out your calculators, everybody.
Yeah, so just wants to learn my mantra before I get to this next boss. I want Augie, and I guess he is going to get his skill as well. So Usa's coming up. She has 2,000 HP, but first I want to master my mantra. She has 2,000 HP. After 500 damage, she will start summoning unicorns, and the unicorns have Dekunda, which will cancel any of the debuffs that I am going to use, such as Taunt. And Taunt, by having Taunt active, I'll be doing twice as much damage. So if the unicorns just never show up, then I'll always be doing twice as much damage, and the fight is going to go quickly. But if they do show up, they can use Dekunda, and the fight will just go longer.
Or they can do a combo, which is what we would want if they do show up.
But they have a... Usus will combo with a unicorn to do Seraflor, which is 80% expel damage, so it'll do 80% of your current HP. But Argila just barely learned Void Expel and Tarunda together on the same mantra. And Usus uses physical attacks for damage, so I want to use Tarunda to kind of cancel out the attack increase of Taunt.
It's also AoE physical too. She has.
And having the medkits earlier on will... Getting the two medkits on the way, one of them off of Kamazot's one and the other one I picked up, will make this go a lot smoother if... Will make this go be a lot safer if things go wrong. So I want to get 3 Terras off of Surf and 1 physical off of Heat. So next turn I'm just going to heal and use 1 Terra. And I'll be just under 500 damage. Hama actually has a chance to miss, but I'm just going to go for damage here anyway. Go pure damage. Hope unicorns don't appear. Well, nope. Hope it doesn't use Dekunda. Oh. Hell, I actually hit auto twice instead of canceling it once, so that's less damage. And okay, no Dekunda. We get more damage.
And a miss.
It was RNG manipulation.
Saw a good bit of that earlier. Good.
Playing nice.
So here, instead of getting damage, I'm going to use one of my med kits. Heal up. Surf could take a hit and die. Don't want that.
She's almost dead though.
Yeah, there's Dekunda. She's not quite almost dead. There's still going to be a good number of hits. She just barely went into the red numbers. It takes a surprising number of hits to kill her. So here she has 2 unicorns, so she'll do the Seraphora combo. And because it's a combo, it'll use 2 press turns. And then there's a void on top of that, which
just cancels everything out.
Yeah, it cancels another press turn. I should have done that with heat. Nice miss.
Oh, here's the physical whirlwind.
2 triple hits. And she will use Seraphore every other turn. So here I don't really have to worry about healing. I can just have Argyle use Void Expel.
You see after they got rid of the debuff from Raikunda how much less damage we're doing. So we're lucky they played nice as long as they did.
Gonna play safe and use my other med kit. I don't really need the med kits.
They're buyable
after this
soon anyway. I don't even need them anyway.
Yeah, okay.
And unlike all the other fights, we will not be getting AP here.
Yeah.
Because Argilla wakes up now.
I want to jump in here real quick with an update on our current donation incentive for this game, which is to fight King Frost. Right now we are at $673 out of the $750 required for it. That leaves us a gap of only $77. So go ahead and get those donations in. If you would like to make a donation for that incentive or for any other purpose that you would like, you want to go to rpglimitbreak.com/donate. And RPG Limit Break 2018 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, NAMI for short. If you want to get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMI Communicate, or check out their Tumblr blog, notalone.nami.org. Remember, it's not weakness to need help. Reach out if you think you need it.
So here we got our first new party member in Gale, and he's 5 levels above everyone else in the party right now, so he's pretty good. He's gonna be pretty good. We also set Zan, even though he has Zanma, so that we can get combos. I forget which combo it is specifically though. Is it Miragi?
It's Miragi. I'm gonna set Agi with Surf, and that will give us Miragi as a combo. So I'm just gonna sell off some of the stuff. I need to buy a few more bombs. I'm just gonna some of these landmines. I need to 6 ice blasts. And I just buy a bunch of Molotovs.
And this is the revisit we were talking about earlier. It's also where we, so because we just killed the leader of this tribe, they're all in disarray basically and don't know what to do.
They haven't officially assimilated into one of the other tribes, which is normally what is supposed to happen when a leader dies.
But these guys are just going to run away. The enemies that are here are just going to run away early on. And then later on we're going to see that a bunch of them are going to leave and join a different tribe that we don't really like because they're not ours.
In general, it's supposed to be whoever defeats the leader is supposed to do that, but they're kind of not doing what they're supposed to do.
So he is going to take a really high level mantra here, and normally it would take a really long time to learn, but he's going to leave the party for a little bit. And whenever someone leaves the party here in this game, when they rejoin, they have their mantra learned. So by learning that really high level by setting that really high level mantra, he's just going to automatically learn it, and we're going to get a really good skill out of it. Which is first strike, and it means that we go first more often.
Less back attacks, less ambushes. Sounds good to me. Hey, look, it's the mini boss we fought a little bit ago already.
And the encounters up to the next boss, which is not very far from here, they all run away from you. And kind of what's going on in the story is they're trying to bait you into this trap, and you kind of notice it, but you just kind of get caught into it anyway.
We go with what Heat's logic is, which is just go in guns blazing.
Yep.
And we also get to see everyone's Favorite Batman.
Let me set Augie here. Over Zan.
Do we have time for a couple donations right now?
Go ahead.
Okay. We have a $25 donation from Sarah Enigma that says, thanks to all the runners and donors for supporting this cause. I've been suffering from severe anxiety for the past 5 years, and it's amazing to see everyone band together to help. We also have a $77 donation from Jeannot, who says, always lurking in Pink Pajamas chat, so I might say hello once in a while. And EO too, smiley face. Now, that donation that Jeannot made went towards the Fight King Frost donation incentive, which means that we have met it on the nose. So,
Thank you, Janelle.
we will be fighting King Frost.
Key to the hole.
So this boss, we're going to fight Camazotz again. He just kind of fights us a lot. We're going to fight him 3 times total.
He's the mastermind behind this coup d'etat.
And he's going to summon 2 Baphomets. They're kind of loud for some reason. Whenever they go. And the Baphomets use death skills. So this is potentially a 2-turn fight, depending on what Camazotz will avoid on the second turn. So here on the second fight, even though I'm using earth attacks, he's not breaking his guard, so it means that I can just exploit the weakness over and over. I didn't get lucky.
He saw you didn't have any Hamas, man.
So the curse is a status effect, but it also counts as death. So what we're going to do here is we're going to break the Void Earth here. We lose 2 press turns off of that, but we can still get damage in. We use half a press turn on doing damage, and then we will do Void Death. So even though there's Void Earth, we can still get Earth damage in.
Also, Gale being a great character, he already has null death or shield against death as a skill already learned.
He comes with it. Didn't even have to set it. I set some of the other stuff. He comes with quite a good number of skills like Zanma and Death and Quick Escape and some physical ones as well.
Free agility.
All right.
Oh, man.
So we get a sort of plot-related cutscene here. I could skip it, but I kind of want to show this off.
So we avoided talking about this earlier.
Oh my god. I hate you.
Mick being
How do you know about
the guy that we were trying to go up against.
There's a girl at our base who can help you control
It's Batman.
this power. Come with
Look,
us
isn't it
and
Man-Bat
see
that's actually
Sam,
like a literal...
please. You son of a...
They are a step ahead of us.
I mean, she doesn't have a mouth on her head, so it's got to be talking from somewhere, I guess.
Sounds power.
How do you know that?
It's only logical.
It is logical.
It is logical.
She's just a girl who can sing. How dare you drag her into this mess?
I do not comprehend.
Demands the most efficient.
So the first time I saw that, like this cutscene, I was laughing so hard I had to pause it, or like just like I could not play the game for the next like 20 minutes.
And Batman gets away.
Taste your flesh one day, woman.
You know, one thing I forgot to mention when I was talking before about the donation incentives is even though the donation incentive for this game has been met, there are still plenty of other games that are going on over the next few days of this marathon, and you can donate for those incentives right now. For example, the next run that we're going to have coming up is a Tales of Symphonia run. There are several donation incentives for that have yet to been met. So go ahead and check those out if you'd like to toss out some donations for games that are coming up next, later today, even tomorrow or Friday or whatnot. You can go ahead and put your money in for that right now.
Yeah, we still have all the optional bosses for Symphonia still, so.
So a quick little rundown of the plot is that after he beat up Batman, he's like, it's too late, we already got Sarah in our hands. And the second he heard that, he ran off to go after her and left us to, clean up any mess. So now we're up against a bunch of Kelpies.
Oh, I missed the fun boss.
You also missed the cutscene.
Oh. At least y'all showed it.
I actually can't believe he did show that.
What's wrong with it?
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just her mouths, guys. Come on.
It is logical.
It's purely logical.
So the tech staff would like to know, how was your breakfast, and did it give you a stomach ache?
It was pretty good. I did the safe foods of cereal, yogurt, and a banana.
Oh.
And I was getting sick already, so it made me feel better.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing.
I'm the only one left.
Yo, I'm the only one left.
So does that mean it's someone else's turn now?
I don't know about the other two.
Okay.
Either of you want to go have
I'm
breakfast?
good.
I'm going to wait until you go to, what is it?
Destiny Land?
Yeah.
That's a good point to go.
I'm gone at the start of that place.
Oh, boy.
It's the DDS version of the sewers in Symphonia.
Hey, we go to the sewers later. So.
Yeah, but your sewers are entertaining.
Oh, here we go.
So what do you think? What do you all think this guy is gonna make as a sound when it dies?
A bear growling or something.
I don't want to ruin it.
If you guessed seagull, you were right.
It'd be really ironic if Titus was the actual voice actor for that.
Oh man, we got two of them now. Will they do it? Will they live to do it?
Seagull.
So Nue actually have the Mudun ability, and if there's two of them, they can combo to Mamudun, but he's never going to get a chance to use it probably.
Yeah, it's when the Mudun is instant death, high odds, and Mamudun is against the entire party, so they can do a high chance of instant death on the entire party, which would be our party. We don't want to see that, but they don't ever use that on the first turn. So as long as I can take out an entire party of them on the first turn, I'm fine.
Did you bring up the escape rates and how it changes from quick escape?
It halves the rate of not running away with quick escape, and you learn that with the Mudo mantra, although we never actually use Mudo. We do use Void Death from that mantra and quick escape.
But Gale already knows.
Gale starts with it, I believe.
Yeah.
So.
Gale comes with it, so we didn't bother trying to learn it on anyone because
Gale's like the best person you could have in your party, basically.
Because like by the time we would learn it is right when we get Gale and he comes with it, so no point in actually trying to get it. Encounter rates, everyone.
It's their sound effect.
Yeah.
Everything, yeah.
That's just how they sound. The birds.
I like how that's what tipped you off to this being an Alfred Hitchcock movie and not everything else. It's the fact that the giant bears sound like seagulls.
It's what I would expect any kind of evil laboratory hybrid mammal to sound like. I mean, duh.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna be sinister, make this thing look sinister, not make it sound like a bird that's just like.
So because we lost heat, we lost our source of taunt. So we got to make sure Gale starts learning that now, right?
Eventually, it's a bonus if I get it. It's not guaranteed that I get taunt. You know, they're charging up. Okay, we ran away. So it's funny that you mention the birds from Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh man, who wants to take the controller from him?
I'll do it. Let's make this co-op run.
Co-op run. Oh, we have Cherno in on this.
Oh man.
So I'm just gonna set this up for Cherno, kind of let her know what to do. You do Mazan the Terra, and you pass with Argila. All right, Cherno, you got this.
The tech crew was unaware that this was going to be a co-op run. So do we need to update the overlay or anything? We're good? Okay.
Only one left. Or is there?
He's definitely all alone.
That was the fun part of trying to fit the headset on real quick before the fight.
So you got to hear all of the birds and their seagull sound effects. And that right there. There were a lot of them. Alright, let's turn that auto repeat off. I prefer my auto to be normal attack instead of whatever action was previous.
It's nice that there's an option though.
Though it doesn't work on the items. It's only skills.
I do need another encounter right here for Surf to learn Miragi. That's not a great one to do, but it will have to do. I think I can still do this. Yeah, I don't think Valkyries have any weakness at all, so has to be 2 turns. Yeah, there we go. It's very important that I get Fire Demon at this very moment.
Because we're coming up on the hunt pretty soon.
Right now, once I learn set my mantra. So there's this kind of hunt mini game, and I will be doing it once. It takes a lot of time to get to the other hunts, so I'm not going to bother. We mostly want Surf to get Aguilau in that, and I just barely got the mantra for that. So I got kind of the area effect tier 1 fire learned.
Which is Miragi.
Miragi. And then the next one after that is Aguilau. And by eating one thing during this hunt, Surf will completely learn Aguilau. I also set Taunt off of Gale, or the Taunt mantra on Gale. And if I'm lucky, I'll get that, but it's not required.
Ideally, we don't get a stomachache, though.
Yeah, and I need to set my party order specifically. I think I should have stuff set up. Yep.
Also, we get to hear some rockin' soundtrack for a little bit.
Yep.
And run around the cool demon mode.
I love the ninja run.
So we're at the end of this hunt, we're going to fight some Armitama. They are weak to ice, and the only way to do real damage against them is with Devour skills. They take very little damage to everything else. And even a single Devour is not going to kill them. And I also have to be lucky enough that they don't run away, and that I can actually get the Fear procs. Alright, we got one of them. That's good.
This might as well be Metal Slime farming right now, basically.
Those are the angriest apostrophes I've ever seen.
This should be good. Yep.
You see Surf's low strength coming in there. You see how much less damage he's doing than Gale with Devour.
No runaways.
No procs. Alright, I'm just going to pass to the next turn. Try again.
So we need Fright in order to do the damage we need with the Devours. No.
Oh. I got the one I needed, so we're good. Although it is better to get another one if possible.
I mean, they're staying.
Yep.
Yeah, you have a good shot of them just running away after, I think, 3 rounds.
Yeah, Devour's just not going to do the damage I need it to do.
Oh, there we go.
No, it's too late. It ran away.
Yep. And there's the whole
The
fire
end.
leader done.
Yep. That's fine.
We got what we really needed.
We really wanted Aguilao. So Aguilao actually combos with Zanma, and that is I did the wrong set, which gives me Miragion, which is kind of tier 2 full party when I do the combo.
And Gale already has Zanma learned.
Very convenient.
Yeah.
Gale's great.
Does anyone understand why Gale is great?
I don't comprehend.
It is logical.
One day Gale will comprehend, though. Don't worry.
He'll be the very last person to finally comprehend.
Yeah, I already set up. I was thinking I was at the terminal already, but I wasn't. So we get to the terminal, and before I get to the boss out of this area, I need Argila to master her mantra, which will give her Dream Haze, which is single target sleep. We'll actually be seeing Dream Haze quite a bit during this run, but this next boss you can put to sleep, and so that's why I want Dream Haze.
And guess what doesn't break when you get hit with it by magic?
Sleep. Sure. The next mantra I be on Surf. So there's going to be a whole bunch of Onkats here. They are weak to electric, and we will not be using electric skills because
I'm
there's
sorry. I'll make this quick.
there's a chance that you have the kind of fear message that shows up, and that can take a little bit of time if you use the weakness. And we have a setup where we just don't even need that at all, so it's a little quicker to just not get that message. Because we have Miragion. that's all of the encounters I needed to fight at this moment.
We have
You'll
a
get more though.
sorry.
Go ahead.
We have a $10 donation here from someone named Magnificent Q of the Continuum, who says, "Let it be known to Flex Q sitting within the crowd that we have fulfilled our promise of some sort of monetary offering to this dimension twice now. We would desire the strongest flex from Metasigma that the Continuum might offer its strength to ensuring that mental illness can indeed get some. Let this money go to Meta's choice, and we remind him that the Antlan/Zan subspecies is safe to speak to. We of the Continuum shall always watch over one of our own." Thank you for the donation.
Is it Gina's Tempest?
No, it's actually fighting the Sword Dancers,
Yeah,
which are the optional bosses.
I'm pulling that up right now. And let me do a quick refresh.
You mean they should be going the rain?
We have coming up here for Tales of Symphonia. Fight the first Sword Dancer. There's 3 Sword Dancers, first, second, and third. All of them have a $250 threshold. First Sword Dancer has $120.50. The second Sword Dancer has only $1.
Those actually do need to be fulfilled in order, by the way. If we don't fight the first one, we have to close the other 2. So.
Okay, so first Sword Dancer it is, Meta?
Yeah.
There we go. All right, put that towards that. And just to round that out, the third Sword Dancer has $31.
All right. So the glitch incentive was actually met, or the proxy spell showcase was. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Atavaka is asleep.
He ain't waking up from magic hits.
Yeah, this fight will be a little bit faster if I have taunt, but Heat's coming back right after this fight, and he is a source of taunt.
It was funny seeing when different demons start showing up, because sometimes they're like super high level, and sometimes they'll be like, you know, level 30-ish. It's always funny to see like the differences in that between different games. Like I know in Persona 4, Atavaka's like a level 68 Persona, or something in that
In
range.
theory, he's like 20, 25, something.
Yeah.
In Nocturne, it's around the 40s as a demon that you can get. So if you notice, I didn't set a new mantra onto Argila. We will never actually be setting another mantra onto her again for the entirety of this run. She will not be used from here on.
Is the main reason that just like
We have Gale and Heat's with our taunts.
too much investment for too little gain, essentially? Or is it just like everyone else does everything you need to anyway?
There's like one character that we need to kind of cut out because we don't want to spend money on their mantras at all. So we would have 4 characters kind of going through, and because we already have a magic character with Surf, we kind of don't need 2.
And we got Cielo coming, man.
The aggressively Jamaican.
He'll be coming. So Heat ran away. You can see that we kind of got our base kind of got ravaged, but they took Sarah, and so we gonna go back and get Sarah. So Heat Surf. We want that first strike to go first more often, and then. I should do the other terminal because the incentive.
Yes.
And we have Destinyland's Mystery Castle coming up with a whole bunch of unskippable broadcasts.
Do you like being force-fed story that's not symbolic at all of what happened somewhere else, maybe?
And definitely not doesn't happen in the next game too.
Definitely not related at all. This is my breakfast time.
Have fun.
Warren before, so they can mute.
Jobs or no?
Have Shirnook commentate.
Her headset is muted right now, so just let us know if we need to fix that, okay?
All right.
I think it'll be fine. So yeah, welcome to Destinyland. A place of joy and wonder.
Welcome
And
to Destinyland's beautiful mystery castle.
definitely not boring at all.
Told now is that of a beautiful princess and two princes.
This is also this dungeon here. Like, I don't really need to do a whole lot going through here, and there's a whole bunch of puzzles that are in this dungeon as well. So like in terms of learning mantra, I just need like a level 1 mantra, which is D off of surf and heat, and I guess I already learned D off of heat beforehand. This is where I would do it. This is the other terminal I need to tag for the King Frost incentive.
So one thing I don't know if we did mention is you do actually, if you see in the mantra menu here, you have to learn, like, it's a tree. So, like, if you learn from the bottom, you can learn the next one to the right.
Actually, let's do Roxas.
So, as you learn stronger spells, you can learn stronger mantra from better spirits. So
There is also, I think it's either a story or a level wall. Like, you can only go up so far at certain times.
Not really.
See, I'm not sure there is. But
No, it's mostly money that we're worried about. Money is...
the high-level mantra are
Yeah.
stupidly expensive.
They're stupidly expensive for money. So you just can't afford to get any of the high-level mantra. That's kind of what...
I thought there was, because I swear I like got to a point and it wouldn't let me select it. And after I beat one of the bosses, it was like something about your demon soul expanded or something.
I don't know. Maybe there is. It's not relevant for the speedrun at least. So
Yeah.
Let's do some setting. I need to set Augie over this. Because I noticed I still had the Miragi combo set. And that means I haven't set Augie onto Dale. So we're going to be fighting the Jack brothers soon.
Are we going to listen to the rap?
Her powers were very special, for they protected the country and drove away hardship. However, one day
Definitely does not look like Sarah.
captured the princess and planned to
well, it
use
doesn't
her
like her. I don't
powers
know.
for evil.
She doesn't have long hair.
High up in a
Or
tall
flowers.
tower,
Or a fan.
neighboring
Or
kingdom,
dressed like
there lived
Princess
two
Peach.
princes who happened to be close friends of the princess. Their personalities were exact opposites of one another. One prince was always kind. The other was brash and took a liking to violence. Thus, behind their backs, people began calling them the good prince and the evil prince. In fact, the princess was secretly in love with the good prince.
A bit of text mashing to go on. So text mashing in SMT games, I don't really have to do it a whole lot in this one, but we're going to see it here. It's fastest to hold triangle and then alternate cross and circle.
So this first room, we're supposed to find the correct portrait, and if you pretty much find there's several of them. If you walk in front of the one that's not correct, you get thrown down to this lower level dungeon. And honestly, depending on where you fall, it can take quite a bit to get back from. So the correct one's like almost as far back as you possibly can get.
So it ends up being a kind of maze, but
And then certain doors are locked, and
you can only go one way through the doors.
yeah,
See?
they disappear.
this whole dungeon is just kind of a fun house, or like a. There's different puzzles for each like little segment of it. So, I thought Casually was one of my favorite dungeons actually in the game, but it's a little slow in the speed round.
This is the one portrait that we need to talk to. There's one good prince and apparently like 15 evil princes or something.
She had a lot of soothers, man.
that's it for the first floor. And on the second floor, we have our Hee-Ho brothers. Once we get to the end of this room. So should we continue listening to Hip Hop Brothers?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Hee-Ho. Let's keep listening. Hee-Ho.
Hee-Ho.
Hee-Ho. Hee-Ho. How long are you going to listen to our raps for free, Ho?
It's one of my favorite incarnations of Jack Frost for that reason.
So the Jack Frost knows Medea Rama, which is a medium level full party heal. But with our setup between Augie and Taunt and Aguilau,
And also, we're slowly getting to the point that the incredible damage of Surf is going to start showing up.
Hee-Ho, and we gotta go.
So normally you would die in one turn, but apparently I forgot to set Fire Boost. Let's just go. Can't use Aguilau against Pyrojack. He also likes using Dacunda, and he also wants us to listen to him.
I mean, he's a rapper. He's gotta sell us on that new hot mixtape he's got. So Mind Charge is the magic equivalent of Power Charge we saw earlier from the giant spider dude. I forget the name of him. So his next magic attack will do 2.5 times damage.
Too bad he's dead.
Yeah.
And we get a Frost Bomb and a Fire Bomb off that fight, which is the kind of Miragion and Mapufula bombs.
You suck.
And apparently I did set Fire Boost. Okay, that's a bit unusual that Jack Frost did not die.
What? Must be, is that a range then, or is that just...
I don't know.
Apparently it is. Just a very, very low range.
Just because I don't think you're under leveled or anything compared to where you normally are.
Yeah.
So.
Oh well. It doesn't matter that much. It's just the fight goes a little faster, being able to take the Jack Frost out immediately.
Should we say the dreaded words? Or has that ever happened before?
I've forgotten to set Fire Boost, so.
I'm saying in the nuts when you do set Fire Boost, though.
It might be something that has. I don't know if it has happened before.
Okay. So right here, this is a laser puzzle.
Whoops. That's not the right switch.
It's pretty straightforward, like
Yeah.
every room.
You shoot the laser, it hits the mirror, bounces off the mirrors, turn the mirror so that it goes towards where you want it to go.
Yeah, so the objective is to get the love of the princess to the good prince. And
Yeah.
the evil prince is trying to block the path every time.
And there are no encounters during these puzzle rooms, so we're fine in terms of that. Like, you can just walk around and not have to worry about running into a bunch of encounters. And those chests are actually pretty good in terms of, like, the items. One of them has a Soma. It's kind of like the highest level healing item in the game. Full HP, MP on the entire party.
Which I assume you'll be selling.
Yes, we will be selling.
So also happens to be worth a lot of money.
So just a quick little tidbit whenever I level up. I have 3 points for a level up, so I can use right or X for increasing it. So I just go X, right, X. and that's why you can see it go really quick. I don't have turbo. A lot of the Japanese runners in general like to use turbo whenever they do runs, so whenever I see Japanese people run this game, they go quickly on that, usually from turbo. Turbo really doesn't end up saving that much time here. And these power jacks really want us to listen to them.
It's not that uncommon. Yeah, JRTA rule sets usually allow turbo, and sometimes becomes fun trying to find a good controller that actually works with turbo. But like I know there's one specific SNES pad that everyone uses if they're on a SNES controller. I think there's one really good PlayStation 2 one, but in general, most Western rule sets don't allow turbo. So usually, if it is, it's for a very, very long game. It's just like you want it so you can progress cutscenes without actually being there.
Yeah, I know a lot of people really like to have turbo for RPG games just so they don't have to mash through text the entire time. I'm personally fine just mashing text for hours on end, but...
Yeah. I know that like when Neviatz does Persona 4 runs, he just has turbo so you can just like put the controller down and go to the bathroom during specific cutscenes. But
I always thought it would be nice because I have pretty bad tendonitis, and mashing really flares that up unless I take medication beforehand.
Yeah. So there's kind of upsides and downsides. Again, the downside is like finding good turbo controllers is sometimes really hard because a lot of the third-party controllers that have it are not particularly like good. So there's a reason like the classic like Mad Catz controller joke from when we were all kids and we gave our friends the really terrible controller intentionally to, you know, give ourselves that little bit of a home field advantage when we're playing Mario Party.
I ironically really liked Mad Cat controller I got for GameCube, mostly because it was just like really small.
Oh yeah, the minis.
I don't know, and like I didn't have any issues with it until I think around college when I broke the right bumper. But man, some of the PlayStation 2 ones they made, oh, those were abysmal.
And 64 ones were all really bad if they're third party as well.
Well, did you have any weird controllers, Pajama?
What?
Did you have any weird controllers growing up?
I had a few. I had a few PS2 controllers, but I also had a regular controllers break. So these guys, they're annoying whenever they show up.
They're kind of the true metal slimes of this game. I don't know how to actually kill them.
I've never actually killed one of them before.
So, yeah, they show up, they spam debilitate, and then they run away. It's hard, like they take almost no damage, and hitting them with debilitate. So debilitate is essentially every single stat on your guy or your characters goes down. So he was at -3 stacks on damage, defense, accuracy, and magic attack. He would not have done much if he even managed to hit them through 3 stacks of Secunda.
I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to crit them, and then they get a fear proc, and then you use a devour skill. But that's not very likely to even happen in the first place.
Yeah.
So now the next little puzzle is taking a fun little roller coaster ride and get the prince and the I think the 2 evil princes. They're like setting them up for a duel.
It's the good prince and the evil prince. The evil prince wants to duel the good prince, and you got to get the good prince in position to actually duel him. So, essentially, it becomes, you know, walk around, look and see where these little rails take. So you'll watch, and it's like incredibly convoluted.
And this thing gets some speed too. It's impressive that the others can hold on.
So you can change the tracks, which you'll see him do a fair bit.
It's the next one that we do a bunch of track changing. That's the only track change that's on this one. So there's a specific enemy that I can encounter here that can have me die. The Sarasvatis. They have Tentarafu, which is a chance of panic on the entire party, and it also does damage, like quite a bit of damage, medium damage. So it's kind of comparable to Miragion in that sense. And here they are.
Do you use Tentarafu quite a bit in DDS2?
Yeah, in DDS2, Tentarafu is really good. But that's... it's specifically the Tentarafu combo, because you can get it really early on, and it's medium damage on the entire party. The ailment, the fact that it's ailment really isn't that relevant in DDS2, except that it's a while before there are any enemies that even resist or avoid it. Hey, Moikai's again.
I was gonna say, I thought it's always kind of funny in this game. You can get ambushed so that you don't transform at the start of the fight, but you still go first.
First strike really helps with that as well. I think there's an increased chance that you don't go first if you get ambushed, but it gets cut even further if you have first strike.
The ability that I thought was useless. See, they're set up for the duel. They go face each other, and the thing drops down, so we can continue onwards.
Did all that just so you could get that thing dropped down.
Also love how it takes time to show you that the cart you rode went back. It's totally irrelevant.
You can't actually hit the switch again and ride back, otherwise we wouldn't have to go through that area again after we hit that switch. Have to take the long way around. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is.
Yeah. A lot of the other cars there will take you to rooms with treasure and stuff like that, but
nothing really worth going out your way for in the speed run.
Yeah.
I want to take a second here to give a shout out to one of our partners here with Limit Break, and that's the Yeti. RPGLB is proud once again to be partnering up with the Yeti to bring you 8 amazing looking t-shirts. Head on over to theyeti.com/RPG Limit Break. Take a look at the designs, pick up the ones you want, and know that $4 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated to NAMI. Remember, Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E, theyeti.com/RPGLB.
So, yeah, that definitely wasn't the major plot revelation right there at all for the second game. Well, really for the first game, too.
Yeah, and this one. Of what's going to happen once we get to the very top here.
Dude, spoilers.
I mean, if you can piece it together having no knowledge of the game, I'd actually be very impressed.
I already have all the AP I need here. If I didn't have all the AP I need, I could fight some of the Sarasvatis. Here's the last broadcast. But all you fans of unskippable cutscenes, don't you worry. There's one coming right when we get to the very top, but it's actual story.
Dude, look at all this lore, though. Come on. Respect the lore.
So I've broken up broadcast before. If you read all the plaques around here, it's the same text that was on the plaques. This is the one that was kind of broken up. See, show off your punch. Ugh. That reveals the light, and we have another light puzzle to go with. 3-dimensional this time.
I like how he punched low where the light was, and the light was actually way up high.
It's just a really solid painting.
Well, no, it's like, why? If the laser's up here, but the actual light shone down here on the painting.
The paint covered up the wall, obviously.
But why would the light be down here? It would be
because there was a crack in the painting.
Also, how did everyone else get to the top of this thing if that was blocked off like that? Or is that too logical?
Probably the
Well,
The
bat
bad
has
guy,
wings.
Yeah, the bad guy might
That's
pick him
true.
up.
I do not comprehend.
Actually, I need to get back onto this switch from this side. I can't touch it right when I get back to it. I have to go around the mirror. We need to undo this switch so we can do the last piece of the light.
So again, there are no encounters in this area, right?
No encounters. There is like one little kind of chest that's in here, and it has a red key. You'll notice here, or is it the red key? It's the yellow key. If you notice here and there are these kind of walls that just kind of have this colored mist. There's red, blue, and yellow.
You just sound
So, yeah, that chest over there is the yellow key, and at the beginning of this area, there's one of those yellow walls that you can unlock with the yellow key, and behind it there is a hunt, a Nigi-Nitama hunt. I've thought of putting it in the route, but I couldn't really ever fit it in.
Did they figure out who the princess was, dude?
Nope, nobody knows.
Dang.
It's obviously sure now.
Oh no, her hair's not long enough, dude.
And where's the dress and the fan?
Man, I missed the entire dungeon. Nice one.
Good timing.
Yeah.
Right in time for the boss. For my boy Cielo.
You're right in time for my bathroom break.
Nice. Look at the unicorns.
Oh boy.
I like unicorns. Except when they're paired with Hoosus. So, like in these next few cutscenes coming up, there are kind of three of them in a row. The first and the third we can't skip, but the second we can. The first one is pretty long, and we're gonna see some stabbing going on. But first, let me learn Hama on everyone.
Everybody.
Everyone. The amount of AP I get off the boss is just enough to master this angel mantra, and we want it on everyone, so might as well do it there. Make sure I have, I need to also set Zan, Bufu, Augie, yep, we good. So you guys can explain what's going on in the story, and I will take a bathroom break.
We just caught up with Sarah, who was captured by
You came all this way
this
so
guy.
that I could devour you. Come on, let's hear you sing. And if you do a good job,
And there's next to him is the bad guy. He was originally part of the clan we were trying to ally with, and then he betrayed them when he learned about Sarah to side with this guy.
And sold the information to this guy.
They mentioned her singing. Her singing has the ability to kind of quell, like, you know, demon rage and stuff like that. So matters a lot kind of later, but she's done it a couple times now, and people, they've commented on how it's like oddly soothing.
Yeah, it soothes the hunger that's inside of them as well.
So they won't lose control when they become demons, when they don't eat. And I don't know if you picked up on it, but he kind of has a thing for Sarah. If the last dungeon didn't give it away at all.
Yeah. The guy that looks like he's from Kiss is Batman, by the way.
Good old stabbing.
Here's a little something for last time.
He wasn't even in the party last time, though.
Girl back. Then kill
Well, the
your
time
leader.
before that.
What? Maybe we'll reward you and your sweetheart with a trip to Nirvana.
I mean, he was in the first fight.
Mick doesn't give a damn about her, and neither do I. Once we're there, she's all yours. And listen carefully. Do as I say, and it'll be worth your while.
Welcome back.
Hope you enjoyed the stabbing.
It was good stabbing.
Heat, no! You
All
can't
right.
trust that traitor.
I knew this was coming. Now we'll know for sure who's superior.
Heat! Stop!
Don't move, maggots.
There is no alternative. Defeat him, Surf.
So I don't know if you said it before, but what's going to happen in this unskippable, in the next unskippable cutscene, or a skippable one?
Oh man, I wish you wouldn't skip it though. You get to see Cielo be the badass.
Yep. So by saying no, I can't, which is actually just the default option, we don't ever actually do anything in this one-on-one. Heat just eats us up.
Refuse to fight.
Yep. We go down to 1 HP.
What does the other option do? Does it change anything?
You can actually fight him if you choose the other option. But I just use the default one.
The options in this game don't really matter. They matter more in the sequel.
So we just skipped a cutscene where he was like, pretend that you're losing this fight. And then Sarah starts singing, gets out of kind of the shackles. And Cielo flies in and catches Sarah when she jumps off.
Also, Heat's magically healed.
I mean, I still see some red down there.
Yeah.
I should note one pretty standard thing in SMT games that the main protagonist is almost always silent.
This guy's kind of unique though. Now he's two people in one.
Yep, there's a body and a head. Body's weak to fire, but the head is nulls fire. And the head is weak to force, but the body nulls force. And so what's going to happen is on turn, or when it gets its first turn, it will eat one of the, eat one of the characters, start draining them, and we want it to be Heat.
Nice.
Mainly because he's in the second slot, and he already got all his taunts off.
His job's done.
Yep. And because of that, I can already get started on the head. Like with the press turns, it's just most convenient when the second slot gets eaten.
Reunite with what though? Also, the head's its own body too.
I wonder what happens if he goes out of demon form at this point. Does he just be a disembodied head?
Or does he lose all of his fat?
It's just a skinny man the whole time.
Just comes out bald. That's the hair.
By one true, it's the demon's just a toupee on his head.
Karma for everyone.
I'm a Tarun to avoid expel.
So many new skills.
What we could do with them all.
Hey, for your vitality, that's nice.
Yeah. Can also set
Here you
8
go,
skills
right.
now. And we get to see Cielo now that he's awakened. He's aggressively Jamaican.
Well,
It's really weird. He's the only Jamaican too.
We will meet him again.
It's like Atlas was
He is
trying to say
strong.
something.
He would make a better ally than Cielo.
I mean, how would you know he's Jamaican anyway in the wasteland?
Are you joking? That makes me sick.
Yeah, what she said.
Here's a
What
good
is
question.
Joking.
What is
As
joking?
far as I know, it means you aren't serious.
I do not comprehend.
I do not comprehend.
Serve.
Richard.
Serve! I'm sorry. Oh, you're hurt.
Yeah, he don't understand self-control.
Well, at least everyone's all right now. I'm sorry. I came here to help. But I've only created problems. There really isn't anywhere I belong.
Hey, why you say that, Sarah? You've got a place to stay. Well, I mean, we're, you know.
We're comrades, am I right?
Yeah.
And we get to see a bit of tension between Heat and
Comrades.
Surf with Sarah. Sarah's
That's
in
right.
love with Surf, but
I do not comprehend.
Oh,
Heat has
hush, that's
unrequited
enough from
love
you.
for Sarah,
Hey.
and
Say something, Surf.
that's like a little theme that's going on that you could already see that was going on with what just happened up there.
Just kind of weird considering Sarah just like entered the wasteland not more than like a day ago. So
Well, he kind of mentions it when he has his awakening scene. Heat says, "Why am I so concerned about this girl, Sarah?" It's like, who is Sarah, and why am I so concerned with her? Right when he awakens.
yeah, so they kind of know something's up, but
What
it's-
really matters is Cielo is in our party now, though.
So Cielo is the last character we have, and by default, he's meant to be kind of an electric using demon. So he resists electric and is weak to ailment.
Apparently, casually being weak to ailments is a bad thing, but here in the speedrun, it's a good thing because we can null ailments before we can null any of the elements.
Right.
It does take a lot more skill slots, which is why it would be worse casually.
So casually, usually he gets benched pretty quickly, but it's like PinkPajamas was saying, in speedrun, it's not that big a deal. Especially since you also know what you need to have nulled if he's in the party, and like there's something he would be weak to. So
Yeah, you want to reduce the number of all the weaknesses as possible when you go through dungeons. Like, if there's an enemy that uses Maziodyne, you don't want to have Gale in the party. Or if there's Mabufudyne, you don't want Heat.
It'll get to a point that we're going to literally set up Heat to be null everything.
Null all of the ailments. Alright.
Okay, get some donations in here.
Sure. I'm just going to set up some mantra.
We got a donation here from Dejumbi249 who says, "Just got back from speedrunning outside in the rain. RPGLB is the perfect thing to have on while stretching. Put this towards naming one of the party members in Tecmo's Secret of the Stars B! In honor of my friend Ben, aka B! Thanks for running all these sweet RPGs, my homies." We also have a $10 anonymous donation with no comment. Thank you for the donation.
So Heat and Argila are both going to leave the party, and we're going to go with, in the story, we're going to go with one of Gale's plans. So we're going to go to the deserted ship. Argila is going to dress up as Sarah, and then Heat is going to take Sarah to our new hideout.
And we're going to debate a whole tribe.
And we're going to bring an entire tribe to the deserted ship as we plant bombs on it. And so because Heat is going to leave the party, we set up a mantra on him. We took that little shopping trip to buy some new bombs that we can just barely get at this point. We can get the tier 2 bombs right after we beat Rahu, which is that previous boss. And going into the deserted ship is the point of no return. So that trip of shopping and setting your mantra is really, really important.
And we're really sick of this guy called Batman really throwing off all these tribes by making them not join us. So this is the final fight with him.
Once we get through the ship. He joined the Brutes after we beat Rahu.
Which is one of the larger tribes, if I remember correctly.
It's I think it's canonically the strongest tribe.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be any encounters until we get to the very bottom, and I hit set our first out of 8 bombs.
Finding all of these bombs casually was annoying.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird in terms of its immersion, because once you start setting the bombs, you get this kind of danger music going. It's like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. And then this place is just pretty long. So you have kind of this hurry up, you gotta do it music, and you're in here for a while.
You get the 3 types of corridors. You get the ones that we're in right now. You get the ones with the, the wall paper, and you get outside. That's it.
Casually, it's also just hard to find all the places to set the bombs. Actually, now that you mention it, I think it does lock you out of like light and dark is the one that does, and I think that's story progression gated.
Yeah.
But I don't think it locks you out of going deeper into the magic skills. Like if you were to able to learn Agidine, or like buy the Agidine one, I'm pretty sure it'll let you do it.
As long as you have the money and the prerequisites.
So we're going to take a little detour here to get attack mirrors. And then...
So attack mirrors, basically, you throw them, your whole party bounces back the next physical attack that hits them.
There are 4 of them that we can pick up in the run, and we need all 4 of them. 3 of them are all going to be on one specific boss fight.
It's a lot of heads.
Now that Surf has Dia, he's going to be our heal bot instead of Argila in the back, because Argila is not in the party.
And Surf has mana to spare.
Uh-huh. He's got a bit. A bit to spare. Aw, dang. Didn't get afraid.
If you had gotten afraid, you would have devoured there?
Yep. Actually, I don't know if it would have actually been lethal now that I think about it. So having Hama on everyone unlocks a triple combo called Damnation. Since there are a good number of enemies in here that are weak to Expel, here we go. Damnation will always hit. And it's like 80%, and it's even more if they're weak to it. And so it just does a lot of damage right there.
Devouring those gas clouds.
Let's get another. No. Try and get Surf to get the taunt mantra as soon as possible. So the timing on the mantra here is kind of tricky since Cielo just joined our party. And we need to get a bunch of low-level mantra. Like, we need to go on the kind of anti-sass to get a bunch of stuff. We need to get Taunt on him, or rather the Devil Feast. So I think I just want to, for Surf, I want to get one more encounter to get Taunt learned before I get to the next terminal. since it'll be a while. Hopefully I can eat this Isora. Is that gonna do it? Good.
Can I read a quick donation here?
Go ahead.
Okay. We have $50 from Teresa, who simply says, "Great charity." Thank you, Teresa. Speaking of that great charity, that would be NAMI, which stands for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are a charity that works tirelessly towards cracking the code of mental illness through various means such as education, leadership, and increasing the availability of care. We'd like to thank you for joining RPG Limit Break in supporting such a worthy cause.
Elect Drain, huh? So I can't really use full party elect on this encounter anyway, because the Nagas there reflect electric. Fortunately, Isoras are weak to both force and electric, so it wasn't that hard to take out that encounter. So through this area, I kind of need to take care of my mantra, like a bunch of the mantra I need to learn. Surf needs to learn a handful, Cielo needs to learn a handful, and Gale also needs to learn some. He really only needs to get Ogre, which is the first strike mantra. And then after that, he has a couple more that he needs to learn for the entirety of the game. But they're pretty high level, so it'll take him a while. And one thing to mention is with the taunt mantra also comes the skill Devil Feast. I set that onto Heat, but I haven't ever used it yet. It's instant death attack that also devours, but has really low odds unless they are afraid, or if they are status such as sleep. And so we are going to see that later on in this dungeon, where we are going to use that kind of thing. We set it up for Surf. Oh yeah, I need to actually set up Double Feast instead of Devour right there. Now that I'm talking about it. Oh, I'm doing a bit of a safety strat in a way for the marathon. It's slightly slower, but it's a little more fun. I'm going to learn Tarazi on Surf. It takes a few more encounters to do that, and because of that, it's a little slower. Fair procs. But it makes this next boss coming up a lot more consistent. And it's funny because I killed the entire boss in one turn. If I have Tarazi.
We have the advantage. Proceed.
Thank you, Gale.
Fear proc? Yeah, there we go. Delicious. Delicious skull. Gotta get that calcium.
You need it for that young demon body of yours. Make sure it grows nice and strong.
So one of the nice things about Devil Feast on Surf, or at least I assume so, is that since we have Surf is still sitting at like 4 strength and Devour scales off his strength, Devil Feast allows us to eat stuff that would otherwise be a lot trickier to get to a HP barrier where we could safely go for a Devour.
They said we just have to frighten them.
Yeah.
For sleep.
I used to have like all these setup, like Devour setups, where I would use normal Devour, and it does work through this area, but later on there are going to be very large enemies where we're going to be using the instant death to kill that we would not otherwise be able to do with normal Devour.
Especially since Surf starts hitting really hard with that magic stat, just kind of amping up all the magic damage he deals. So you'll notice he's basically already like over double what anyone else has in the game so far. So.
I don't really want to fight any of the Noggas because they don't really give that great of AP. Some of the other encounters are a bit better in that regard. It's something you kind of need to keep track of, is that you need to manage a lot of your AP when going through. You'd like to not fight as many encounters as possible, but you also need to learn a whole bunch of skills in order to fight stuff a lot faster so that you can learn skills faster and fight bosses faster. So it is kind of this juggle that you have to do. Alright, let's take 2 turns on this one. Kaijis have a lot of HP, but they also give you a lot of AP.
Do you know what determines how much AP it gets? Is it just like set by monster, or is it like...
It's by monster.
So it's just kind of like inconsistent. It's not like, oh, this monster has a lot of HP, so it's more AP, or is it just kind of all
Each
over the
monster has a different amount of AP it gives, like each monster has a different amount of EXP it gives.
place? Okay. So Batman's showing up now.
He's taking the bait. He smelled Sarah, and he wanted in on that. And we did bring Sarah here, but Sarah is not actually here. He has Sarah at our new hideout. No one will be killing them. Should be enough or close.
What is that death sound effect? Just like...
Sounds like a dog noise, kind of.
Sounds like a more masculine Jinx.
It doesn't even measure up to the seagull death sound, so does it really matter?
Still think my favorites are the cow ones, but yeah, seagulls.
God, yeah.
I mean, all the cow ones are always fitting, though.
True. Still just funny.
I'm going to save here because we have the most dangerous part of the entire run. It's not really going to be a big time loss if I die here, but there's a pretty good chance I can die here. Alright, nice.
I believe in you. You can do it.
Yeah, there's going to be a forced encounter with 3 chatter skulls. I can't run away. And I bought fire bombs specifically for this in case Surf dies.
What about damnation? Can you not use it on them?
If someone dies, I can't use them because they start first. So the issue is if they crit me or if they take someone out. And then everyone needs to be alive to use damnation. Oh, that works. It's actually not very often that I get a dodge, so that was actually pretty lucky. Surf, we want Maragion.
So we're taking just that little bit more step closer to the game. Augie die, and then that's when the...
So you're going to start seeing 4-digit numbers, maybe?
Yeah. Surf truly will become the glass cannon at that point. I don't even think glass cannon's a good term because he's so resistant to magic.
I was gonna say, yeah. If
He'll just be a cannon.
Yeah. A brittle cannon, but still.
A cannon that is weak to... not really weak, but... can die to physical pretty easily, but will never die to magic.
So he takes less from a weak hit than most of his party members will take from a resist. kind of comical, actually. Still can't believe accuracy scales off of magic, too. For a magic skill specifically, so just like everything.
Fixed in the
Did
second
you just
game.
flatten them?
I used the Magni Bomb, which is Materazi.
Yeah, I'm just like, I thought I saw them like just literally squished there at the end of that fight. Let's keep an eye. Okay, here we go again.
Well, there's only one second. I should actually set Tarazi here. Attack.
Okay, no, it was just the ground.
Yeah, the
Like
weird
the-
holes you leave from.
Yeah, the ground got torn up. It was like a perfectly flat circle underneath it, and I was like, is their death animation just them flattening? But it was like, I thought that everything just faded out.
I'm not used to having Tarazi this early. It's just kind of it's a safety strat, and it's a little better to learn it now. I used to learn it later when I did the safety strat. Unfortunately, I can't do combo Materazi because that requires Aguilau on someone else. And the only character with Aguilau is Surf, and he can't combo with himself. Am I going the right way? Okay, I know where I am. Sometimes I can get lost.
So yeah, you ready for the teleport maze later?
Guess not.
We'll find out, I guess.
No, I know where I am. It sometimes even happens to me in, like, Nocturne, where I'll be in this dungeon and I'm like, am I going the right way? Oh, I am going the right way, because my muscle memory is telling me where to go, even though I forgot where to go. Yeah, there's a bomb here.
You heard it here, folks. Always trust your muscle memory first.
2 explosives left. Should be using Devil Feast with Gale. Getting him to learn First Strike would be kind of nice early on. Usually when I do that strategy though, it's when he learns Taunt early, and he didn't do that. So it's going to take just longer for him to get that mantra mastered, which is fine. I mean, he has plenty of time to master what he needs for the entire run.
So if all of your party has first attack, does it stack or?
Nope. I definitely tested that, because if it did stack, I would get it on everyone. Oh, nice dodge.
The boys yellow doing work.
So if you notice Gale was cursed, if you're cursed, that means that you take that much damage whenever you deal damage. Kind of like EO2 that we just saw.
Yeah, EO2 is half only though.
Yeah, EO2 is half only. Can't really use it the way we use it in that game though.
Yeah, bosses don't like status elements usually.
And we can't really have them deal a lot of damage to us. But if we're going to use someone who's cursed in a combo, it doesn't count. Only the initiator of the combo counts in terms of curse damage. So I just did 2 combos there with Gale, and the combo did damage, but Gale himself did not take any curse damage. Set. And Haze. I should get my mantra first before I save. So I need to save in case Surf gets a stomachache. What's the next one? I remember now. We need Cielo to get that taunt line going on. Mostly to give him Devil Feast so that he can get his mantra quicker later on. So here, there's a forced encounter coming up. The game kind of warns you about it. Not this.
Good old SMT step counter.
Yeah, there's going to be 3 Suikis in a forced encounter. And they give you a lot of AP, especially if you eat them. And they also have a lot of HP as well. It's also possible that I die here. It's very unlikely, but it can happen where they do like some Bufu skill, freeze someone, and then use Power Wave. Speaking of, and then do Power Wave again. Okay, we're good.
The freezes though.
I know.
That was a bit scary.
It's just another reason to save before this. But yeah, you can see instant death, Devour, being pretty strong. So we're going to use Void Ice here because if they use Ice skill, like the Bufudine, and you shield, there's a chance that they get afraid. They didn't, so I'm going to try and use a Molotov again. Get a Fear proc. And I can instant death, Devour anyone who gets Fear procs. So I'm just going to keep using these Molotovs, trying to get Fear. There it is. Not only is this very good in terms of AP on Surf, but it's also just a very fast way to deal with the fight.
Yeah, since you said they had a lot of HP, so the instant kill property is obviously very nice.
And now we have Miragion on Surf.
So again, Miragion is the tier 2 AoE fire spell, so.
I would like an encounter or 2 before I get to the save point so that I can get Cielo to learn Shura. It's a really low level mantra.
If I could, I'd like to just take a minute here to remind everybody watching about some of the prize raffles that we have going on throughout this marathon. There's going to be plenty that are going to be related to the specific games that are being played, and the one that you're currently watching is no exception. If you get a donation in here before this game ends of at least $10, you will automatically be entered into a drawing for an Amazon Fire TV stick with an Alexa voice remote. Also, throughout the entire week, if you make donations of at least $75, and that's cumulative, so that doesn't need to necessarily be one donation. It can be multiple combined together throughout the week. You will automatically be entered into a drawing for a Nintendo Switch with Disgaea 5 and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 along with it. So go ahead and get those donations in, not only for a very worthy cause in NAMI, that's the National Alliance on Mental Illness, but also there might be a little something in it for you as well. Who knows?
So if you notice there with I did a normal Miragion with Surf, and it did a little bit more damage than the Miragion combo with a Gale. And the reason for that is just because combos are not affected by the boost, and Surf has Fire Boost set. So Miragion with Surf himself is going to do more, and it's also going to cost less press turns.
Also, you just lost over half his money to get the Agidine Spirit.
But it's all worth it.
Definitely worth it. After this dungeon, money isn't really ever all that tight to route around. We get a few extra cells to sell because we want to get some item at the shop, the Estoma Spray, which will make one little backtrack we have to do a little faster.
Say, does Fire Emperor also have Fire Amp on it as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's another thing with learning the Agidine mantra, is it comes with Fire Amp, which is well, did you say Miragion or Fire Amp?
I said Fire Amp.
Yeah, Fire Amp comes off of the Agidine mantra, and that's an extra 50%, and that's
Stacks.
Yeah.
It stacks with Fire Boost as well.
It stacks with Fire Boost, yeah.
So he'll be doing a lot of damage with fire skills once that equipped.
Alright, that's every bomb now.
It's a good thing we hurried because this music.
It's time to say
we got that time limit, right?
Yeah. We gotta get there before Batman
And
gets
I got
to
time limit up there, 5 hours, 15 minutes.
I hope we can get through that this time. I mean,
So what you're saying is we should just have that like blasting the entire marathon. Just like
obviously.
Hurry up.
Feel the pressure of nothing. Also, stats max at 99. So once we hit that, probably
We're
he's
going to
start
bit.
putting it all into vitality.
And then he'll literally be unkillable in every sense.
He will be going from glass can to full-on Ironborn cannon.
so again, vitality increases your physical defense and your HP.
And armor.
Armor is physical defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's certain things that it's kind of weird, depending on the game.
So yeah, and remember his magic defense is also scaling off of that 99 magic, so he's already really bulky with magic, even though his actual HP value is very low.
So if you notice with the Agidine mantra that I got off of Surf, you can see the other two characters, Gale and Cielo, they're still getting a decent amount of AP off of these encounters, but if you see the bar for Agidine, it's just barely even going up at all. I'm just going to mention that right now because we're going to do a bit of farming just before this boss coming up.
So since he brought up the whole mantras thing, so with that, the higher ends, of course, as everybody would probably figure, would take more AP to get maxed out. Whenever you can get a chance after this marathon, if you got a good 24 hours to watch it, or no, it's more than that, watch the 100% run of this. It's something.
It's a lot of eating.
A lot of eating, a lot of farming.
A lot of Titanias dying.
But it's definitely something to watch.
They weren't ready.
It's also pretty cool because this game has one of the most notoriously difficult super bosses in any JRPG.
Yeah.
And that run has to actually defeat it, which is just like really difficult to do in general, let alone in a setting where you're also trying to do it somewhat quickly. So.
Also, a neat little thing about the game is when you go over to DDS2, if you have a complete save file of this game, you actually inherit a lot of stuff when you go over.
And hard mode.
Yep, and hard mode, which I know you don't go in with your level. Is it like, what, 20 that you go in at?
You don't go in with your level at all.
Oh, okay.
And you don't go in with your skills.
Yeah,
you get extra stats for every mantra that you've mastered, and there are some side quests that you have to accept in DDS1 and then do in DDS2. Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier with the farm. So I have Dream Haze set on Cielo. Can I get down here? So I'm going to farm a few encounters. This is the only outside portion of the deserted ship, and a harassed Velger will always show up. Once I get a turn. So I'm going to use Dream Haze, put it to sleep, and then instant death. Hunt. So let's see how much AP that gives.
It's a quarter of the way done now.
Yeah. I really only need to get it to about half to 3/4, so I don't need to completely master it at this point. But I want to get like 1 or 2 more birds eaten.
So when you want an encounter,
You never give them. And then
Yeah.
when you don't want them, you give them every 2 steps.
Can we read off a quick donation here?
Sure.
Very good. We have a $10 donation from Daniel RGT, who says, I love the SMT series, and I'm very glad it's got the time to shine here at RPGLB. Great run so far, and good luck on the rest. Now, for those of you who are watching and or maybe just tuning in, you are watching RPG Limit Break 2018. We are coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. We're raising money for NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. This is a group that was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and NAMI has maintained that focus to this day. We are very proud to support this cause. All of the donations that are coming in throughout the week will be for their benefit.
All right, that's pretty much all I needed to do. So I went from... I did like a few fights beforehand, and I barely got anything on the Agadine. Now I'm about 3/4 of the way done with it.
And for people that are watching thinking, oh, it's a farm, it's going to take forever. Yeah, law farming is not that long in this game. You don't need a lot.
All right, we want to change our party setup. Surface.
So once again, for the people that may have missed it, how the order of our party works is depending on how it's set. There is no speed stat to dictate who gets to go first. So whoever's in the first position goes first, whoever's second goes second, whoever's third goes third.
I don't have taunt, do I? No. Yep.
so
Alright,
it's
so now we
impressively
get
how
to-
much this you do without any notes, by the way. Just want to throw that out there.
So now we get to everyone's favorite version of Batman.
This fight casually is.
It's experience.
So Psycho Rage gives him 4 half press turns for the cost of his single press turn.
It's not. That's kind of actually what you want to see out of it. It can get a lot worse. So his guard works same as before. It's only weak to ground. So once he's out of it, of course, immune to the ground.
See ya.
There
That was
he
a boss
goes.
fight. So when Camazotz 3 gets another turn, he can he'll do like Rage and then Dacunda, and then he'll do Psycho Rage, and he can turn your entire party into bats, and they do.
I'm actually mad. I haven't seen that before. That fight was.
He can
so
turn your entire party to bats,
annoying.
and then you take less.
You
You do less damage, and you become weak to force, and he has a full party force skill, which can completely wipe you if you're all bats.
Cielo MVP there. You didn't get to see
Also,
it.
Gale's plan works for once, which is probably the most important plan for it to work, as
We
Ghoul
all
stated
did our
earlier.
just to survive, but eventually
Still
we'll
mad.
die.
But yeah, so that's a great example of how debuffing has such a big effect. Getting the 4 defense down went from, what was it, doing 200 damage with a SERP to 500.
What's the point then? Why live like
Yeah, one of the classic tells of a seasoned SMT veteran is how much they go after buffs as quickly as they can.
Tell me.
So
Well, in this case, it would be debuffs and
yeah, I
the
mean,
taunt. The magic buff is going to be one of the most expensive mantras that I can go for, or I'll be going for in this entire run. It costs more than Augidine.
All right.
And it's 100% worth it.
But we'll only be getting it at the very end of the game.
But yeah, in a lot of games, buffs and debuffs aren't that big of a deal. In SMT, they are ridiculously important at high levels of play. So things like, Rakunda, Sukukaja, concentrate and charge, or mind charge and power charge, depending on the game. All of those are generally very, very strong skills throughout the series.
Also, that singing was Sarah. So that's the song that she'll sing throughout the game, and also at some coming up, she's gonna be in our party, and when certain sass effects hit us, she can come up and sing and pretty much cancel them out immediately.
It's going to be important for a couple boss fights.
Including the final boss as well.
Where's Hama? Oh, there it is. So those little hunger messages that you get, they're just completely scripted throughout the game, and you take like a minuscule amount of damage. I don't know why they exist. There's like no real game mechanic reasons, just a little bit of lore. Oh, you're hungry.
Yeah. I think it's just supposed to be that constant reminder about the hunger.
So here we're going to actually do our one backtrack of, well, I guess technically we did backtrack through Mountain Peru, but that was just kind of going the other way. But we're going to backtrack through here a little bit. We're going to sell some of the cells that we got in here in the deserted ship. Gonna back out, go back in, and there's gonna be a couple new things in the vendor. One of them is going to be a stoma spray, which reduces the well, really what it does is it removes encounters. All right, do I need to update any of these? Let's grab some of these. Some more of these. Good on that. And we want wild cards. I didn't
buy the one thing you wanted.
Sprays.
Back
I mean,
into
I
the
did
shop.
want everything else there. I need the wild cards. But I forgot about these stoma sprays. I'm going to buy 2 for now. Actually, let's go for a little more for the King Frost incentive. I think I should be fine on money.
So stoma sprays kind of work similarly to if you know how a repel in Pokemon works, where if the encounter is lower level than your party, it just doesn't happen, essentially, or it's greatly reduced.
It's like lower if you're like 5 levels higher, or is it 10? I don't know.
I believe it's 10.
I think it's 10, but it's like average party level. But yeah, this is the first area of the game. And we need to go through here for a little bit. So there are encounters here, but with Istoma Spray, we're just not going to see any of them.
Sadly, in the later S&T games, Istona got changed. Since they decided to make all the mobs appear on the map, instead of just repelling them, it's when you go up and actually physically attack them, it just destroys them utterly. So not as good as having this.
Although it's not as good as the original SMT games, like SMT on SMT1,
yeah,
where Istoma just straight up removes encounters.
So here's the walls that he was talking about also previously.
Gotta have keys, they're little roadblocks.
And that leads to some optional bosses that... I think that leads to where Beelzebub is. I haven't done all of the optional content here in this game. There's quite a bit of it.
You might look at the estimate and be like, wow, for an SMT game, that's pretty short. But yeah, there's a reason why 100% is so long.
So now we're teaming up with another tribe here to go take down the biggest tribe.
The Brutes. And they were saying how they fell to the, like they teamed up against the Brutes and they died, all to Varen alone, the guy that you saw at the very beginning with the blue eyes. What happened there at the story is that because he awakened early and he's like a colonel of some sort, he knows who Angel is, who Oh, we talked to at the very beginning.
He remembers a lot more than we do, basically.
And so Angel decided to give him kind of a cheat move in a way in Hunger Wave, and that is okay. So I need target.
And pretty much, he has the ability to drive other demons mad with hunger, to force it on them instead of them just, getting to it naturally at some point. Also, to mention, we mentioned that the whole plan for the boat was to lure the brutes there and then blow them all up. It was a group of the brutes. The brutes are a huge organization. That's why they're the strongest ones.
We got rid of Batman, though.
Yeah, that's the more important thing. But yeah, it was pretty much like his group of the brutes.
So Heat's back in the party. And this will be our party for pretty much the entire end of the game.
Oh, man.
It's Mothman. So Mothman, you can see that they fly. What do you think they're weak to?
Tarazi.
Yep, they're weak to Earth,
Nice.
being Mothman. I'm not sure how that works out.
I mean, it makes more sense than, I think in SMT 4, aren't they weak to Zan?
If anything, it should be fire.
Yeah.
Come on.
I didn't really need to fight that. I'm looking for some high-level encounters to either eat or just fight.
Say, it's almost funny how many speedruns Mothman's actually good for in the main line or in the spin-off games, if you actually have a recruit element to demons. Because I know he has a pretty solid role in Persona 4. He's got a hilarious role in Persona 4 Golden. And I believe he does have a pretty big role in Nocturne as well, if I'm not mistaken, right? Oh, no. Okay.
Another thing he does in Nocturne is if you see him, you get extra EXP because he gives it a crap load.
Yeah, you want to see Mothman in Nocturne, but only because they give the most amount of EXP in the places that they show up.
Okay.
That and some of the other ones have Dragon's Eye.
There's the ailment weakness coming into play, sort of. It's not particularly important there, but...
What's the solo Mothman gonna do?
Apparently, Kalimpa into Zeodyne.
Target the wrong person for Zeodyne. The guy who resists it.
Yeah, he hit the weakness and then the resistance.
A lot of ambushes.
So that could have been bad if he actually got a lot of people confused. But thankfully, it didn't happen. So pretty much when confusion happens, when it hits that person's turn, you have a chance that they will attack somebody in confusion, throw an item, heal up, or just skip the turn, and it wastes so much time.
You notice that even though that was an ailment skill, they didn't get an extra press turn. That was again because we were all in human form, so you have no weaknesses while in human form.
It's getting a lot of low-level encounters. I think the high-level ones just come later.
And this guy's gonna give us...
Yeah. The one time we need an oxygen tank is right there. Right here.
How convenient can it be?
We're swimming.
Yeah, this is kind of another maze, and you have to go the right way, and you have a limited amount of time. Kind of the noise meter up there. Well, this is a rare encounter. It's good. Here, yep. The Decarabias give a lot of AP. There it is. A lot. We want to eat.
Almost got that Agidine.
Yep, one more. One more good eating, and we can learn Agidine and Fire Amp.
Just in time for a boss that's immune to it.
It's still good for the area.
So obviously Frost Breath, when it hits, it's attacking through magic it's hitting the magic resistant. Does it use strength stat for its damage like in Nocturne, or is it magic as well?
It doesn't use strength in Nocturne.
Or
It's magic.
oh, it's magic.
It's magic in both of the
I
games.
don't know where I got that from then. Obviously I'm just tired.
Hey, look, it's the first boss from Nocturne.
It's our boy Fornius.
What a long animation there.
There we go.
No stomach aches.
Nope.
I think that's better to have than a good to make a God, I can't talk anymore. I figured it'd be better to have the no stomach aches than a better escape rate in the early part of the game.
I'd prefer the escape rate, really.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Alright.
Why not both?
So now Seraph, if he ever gets a chance to throw out Agidine, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna pretty much one-shot most basic enemies, and then bosses is gonna do a big chunk of their health.
Yeah, casually I was going through this game. I basically rushed Maragidine, which is the AoE version of this, and with Fire Boost, Fire Amp, you one-shot almost every basic encounter unless they drain, null, or repel fire. Like I said, I was doing it with ice, but same difference.
Another ambush.
Would have been a good one to go first on. I really want to get Heat's mantra up because that's null panic, and that means they won't get extra press turns off of Tentaru fail. Alright. Let's show off this Agidine.
Yeah, it hurts a little bit.
And that's no debuffs at all when he's already doing
Good job, Heat.
Oh. We had to say something about the stomach ache.
I was gonna say you guys are jinxing this way too hard.
We have to get one, man.
If
I
I
got
can,
one earlier.
I wasn't here then.
say if I can jinx a metronome in a Pokemon game, you guys are like.
Let's get some hot explosions.
We went over the math on that, by the way. Like, it was like 7 out of 200 to get a fire move that can burn, and then a 10% on top of that.
Yeah, I think Keys is still very salty about that.
He can be salty. That was glorious. There's not a better word for it, but yeah, I don't think that the chances of a stomach ache are quite that low.
Svelgus can show up again, and
So wait, Svelger doesn't use the seagull sound?
He uses the eagle sound.
Why does Nue use the seagull sound? Oh, I've actually not ever seen his Devour animation before. Interesting.
I don't really want to Devour with Surf right now because he has a low-level mantra. I need to get the Force skills going on. Force skills going.
Just getting wrecked by that magic damage.
I love the animation for Agidine so much.
Giant explosion. Good job, Pete.
You guys had to say something.
At least he can cure it before the end, so he still gets the AP.
Yeah, I'll still get the AP, so that stomachache isn't a big deal. But I wanted to end it that turn. But I couldn't get it because he got a stomachache. No fear procs, huh? Alright, we'll just kill him. I'll have CLO eat all these crosses. They don't give a whole lot of, they don't give that much AP, but the fact that they're weak to elements just means that it's pretty easy to get a setup, a Devour setup for that. And again, Surf has some low-level mantra, so it's not going to take a whole lot for him to learn anything, to learn his next thing. He's already capped out, so I just need to get to another terminal real quick.
Surf just needs like one more battle.
Yeah, let me set no panic real quick. So if Tentarafu does show up, it's not that big of a deal. That guy's taking a nap.
Yeah, sure.
He's definitely okay. He's just resting. So, what ideal Heat's gonna be soon-ish is literally he's gonna have taunt, first strike, and then everything else is gonna be a null. And he's gonna be our man for surviving later ambushes. Since most later ambushes are all about trying to throw sass effects on you like crazy.
It would have been slightly faster to use Surf to attack, but he was cursed. He's the one who needs the AP for that fight.
Wow.
This is a...
They really won't give you all the AP right now.
Yeah. Saying, I was like, man, I'm not getting any high-level encounters, and the game just says, ask and ye shall receive. There's a terminal coming up pretty soon, though, around this corner. That would have been a good one, but...
Already full.
Yeah, we're full. Completely famished. To finish up Roxas.
Yeah, so another thing to point out about mantras, thankfully when you switch from one to another that you might have started working on, it keeps the progress.
Yeah. Still no panic on CLO. So I don't really have that many high-level mantra to go through to finish up. So I don't know if I even want to eat. I probably will eat a couple. I'll get ambushed. So Surf right now is going towards, I'm getting a lot of force skills on him. There's a late game boss that I need to, every element, it's a pair of bosses, so Jihaya and Garuda. Which means the thing with those two bosses is they're both void, they both never take any damage to Earth. One of them nulls two of the other elements and then the other one nulls the remaining 2 elements. So that means to be able to beat them effectively with Surf, I need to master another Dyne. And Xandyne is our attack of choice because we want a second source of Force Repel. Gale already has Force Repel, and He-10, the mantra for Zanma that we're learning, also has Force Repel.
Yeah, that's how a lot of mini bosses are going to be going for now.
And whenever there are a bunch of enemies there, just use Miragion. So interesting thing to note is that you have all 3 of them null an element. And fire is the one element that none of them null, or one of the elements that none of them null. The other one is earth. Yeah, the Kinky on the left there nulls elect. Suiki
Suiki's ice.
Yeah, ice. And then
Last guy's Zan.
yeah. Who do I want to have eat? I guess you.
Guess not.
Yeah, I guess not. All right. Go for it, Cielo.
That's what you really wanted all along anyway.
Now he's got no panic. Since the Gur's there, they were in the previous dungeon, they just don't give a whole lot of AP. So I'm just gonna run. Go on to anti-status. It's yellow. It's barely enough money for Malkakaja. And that will be the last mantra that Cielo sets for the entire run. Unless I can remember to do the Null Charm mantras, which is kind of just optional. I'm gonna go for this. Big guy. He's weak to being put to sleep. So, instead of giving it to Surf, let's give it to Heat. Which means I'm going to have to pass again. I just wasn't thinking properly there. Keeps waking up. Go back to sleep. That's a fairly high-level mantra that he is trying to learn there. I don't really need what comes out of it that much. It only gives me Null Charm, but I need to learn that one to unlock the next one, which will give me a whole bunch of Null ailments, which is going to include Null Nerve, which is really important for later on in the game, in the final dungeon, where we have a Dormina and Calm Death, which is a way I could die, but if I make Heat immune to that, can't die from that. Alright, so we got Cerberus coming up. He is the only boss that is immune to fire. And in previous routes, we would not even have Surf in the party because he's weak to fire and Cerberus uses fire. But as it turns out, wild cards are a great way to just do damage.
Cerberus is also the tribe leader we teamed up with, but he kind of went berserk.
He got hungry, went berserk.
He tried to fight the leader of the other group on his own.
Do I have everything? Yeah. So Cerberus always starts off with Repel Ice and let's see what we get an attack mirror going up. He's one of the 4 attack mirrors in the run. I need to check if I have a Frost Bomb. I think I already used my Frost Bomb. That's fine. I will just use a wild card. It's just Megiddo. Almighty damage is going to do 200 no matter what. Yeah, it always starts off with Ren. I don't want the 3rd head to get a turn because that's the heal head. Other way. And then we do Void Fire every turn. And we're mostly using Void Fire because we want to get rid of Cerberus's press turns, so the 3rd head, the heal head, doesn't get a turn. Just makes the fight go slower if he gets turns. We do want to see Ice Repel because we're not really using ice. That's good. Yeah, each of the 3 heads has different resistances. One of them resists all magic and another resists physical. But because we're using Almighty, they don't resist Almighty at all. So we can get good damage in on all 3 heads. Right, here's where I'm starting to see red numbers. And because I have Tarazi, I want to start targeting down the middle head. I don't want to leave the middle head alone, because then it will use Psycho Rage and get a lot of turns and can potentially do some dangerous stuff. So I'm just going to target down the center head until it gets to red numbers. Do it again, because it has the most HP out of all 3 heads. I'll play it a bit safe and just keep going down on the center head. There, it uses a combo attack, but it's fire, so loses all its press turns. Alright, this should do it. Well, we got the center head at the very least. That's the dangerous one. Let's see if this wild card will finish it off. Yep. Killing all 3 heads in the same turn is really efficient. So story-wise, this is where Gale ends up awakening. We're kind of asked, like, why do we know things that don't exist here in the graveyard, such as children?
Or cats.
That's coming up.
I'm looking forward to it.
So we had to go through the sewers because the door was locked to the brute space in Ajna.
Go through a dungeon to get to another dungeon.
Mm-hmm. Heal up. Nope. I do want to switch, put Surf on first. Yeah, we didn't eat Cerberus because we kind of teamed up with him. Just let him rest instead of eating him, so we didn't get any AP off of him.
Alright, let's go teleporters.
Those aren't exactly teleporters, they just kind of unlock different parts of the area. And here what can happen, the way I can die in this area is there's some enemies that can start with Maziodyne and then they would get a shock proc off and then just do a bunch of physical skills or just physical skills in general. They crit repeatedly. Tentarafu used to be an issue, but we have no panic now, so that's not an issue.
I forgot how much of this music sounds like James Bond's music.
Let's see, about like how many deaths on average would you say you have during a run? About like, is it pretty common to go deathless, or is it like you
Deathless
die?
is pretty common. Like I'm saying, like these are possible ways I die, but they're all very unlikely to happen.
So
but this is a marathon run. I need to make sure I save in case I do die.
Also, good reminder that Surf does not have great vitality like everybody else right now. That will change, or is changing.
That will change pretty soon. Surf is getting pretty close to maxing out. So this boss here, Isis, the gimmick behind it is that she will do whatever skill you use. And so the way you're supposed to beat her is to repel. Like use a skill, in this case I'd use fire, and then I would use fire repel. But she summons 3 of her. And they don't have that much HP. So what's supposed to happen is there are 3 of them. You use like a fire skill or another element, doesn't matter. And then they would combo the fire skills and do really, really powerful skills. They'll use kind of mega damage on whatever element you're using, and you're supposed to repel it back at them.
Instead, we just kill them before they even get all 3 out.
Yeah. But now that we have Augudine, we just kill them before they do anything. And if you're really lucky, Isis just won't summon another one on the first turn, and it just ends up being a 2-turn fight where you kill one of them, and that's the entire boss.
Okay, read off a couple donations here.
Go ahead.
Alrighty, we have a $5 donation from N. Markro that simply says Mothman.
Mothman.
Hi, Markro.
We also have $5 from Demi-Fiend who says, oh, so what? Y'all not just going to fight me? You scared or something? I promise the fight will go very quickly.
Only an hour long.
That's assuming you can win.
I mean, it goes very quickly right now.
You have a Demi-Fiend fight. It's the Demi-Fiend from Nocturne. It's the final optional boss in this game. And it takes, even with the most ideal setup, it takes an hour to be able to beat him. Even if I was like level 99, had every mantra maxed, it still takes an entire hour to beat him. So I was thinking of maybe having a donation incentive where I fight him off of a file, but that would be an entire hour.
It's longer than some other runs in the marathon, basically. So. Should be another excuse to go watch the 100% run, by the way, so you could actually see how ridiculous this boss is.
They do kind of use a cheesy strat to do it, but it's still pretty ridiculous.
Still worth it.
Just picking up a couple more cells to sell, get a bit more money so I can splurge on as many healing items as I would ever need.
Some revival gems.
Survival gems, med kits, a few rations. I'm gonna also buy some wild bombs for a few encounters if I ever need them.
So I picked up a magic mirror there, I saw. So
It's a kind of safety net against Varan, the boss coming up. You want to have force repel, but there's a chance. But you only have 2 characters in the party out of 3 that has force repel, and there's a random chance that you can only use one of them. And if that one of them happens to be the character that doesn't have force repel, then you just need to throw out a magic mirror. Which is fine. That's why I picked that one up. It doesn't take that much time to get. Did I update my mantra?
Yeah.
Okay. So this boss coming up also has a gimmick, the Nidhoggers. Once I can get past this door.
Okay.
Yes. Speaking of dying, I actually had a run that died because of a single Gorgon. I was trying to run away from her, and she would just power wave and crit repeatedly, and I actually died to a single one. That was hilarious. So this boss here, Nidhoggers, there's 5 of them, but the main boss is just the middle one. The gimmick to it is that it just eats the middle one will eat all the other ones and become bigger and bigger and more powerful as a result after it cannibalizes all the other ones. But there's only one of them, can't cannibalize. And since there's only one right now, it only has 1 press turn to try and summon another one. And so I just repeatedly do this.
Too much damage, can't keep up.
Yep. No matter how many centipedes you bring, just keep burning them down. Burn it with fire.
That's 2 out of 3 mini bosses down.
How does a spell called Vanity poison someone?
Vanity is random status effects.
Ah, okay.
I'm surprised it doesn't hit his weakness, honestly. If it's random status.
I don't know why it doesn't hit weaknesses off CLO. It probably is more likely to proc elements on CLO because he's weak to them, but in terms of like press turns, it doesn't do anything.
While I've got a minute here, I want to remind everybody watching that we still have plenty of donation incentives that need to be met. Next up, in about an hour and a half from now, we're going to have a Tales of Symphonia run. There are several donation incentives for that one that are still needing some money to complete them. So be sure to get your donations in for that. If you would like to donate, you're going to want to go to rpglimitbreak.com/donate. All of the money that the RPG Limit Break is raising this year is going towards the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And also this year, the RPG Limit Break 2018 is being brought to you by Twitch.
Say, how are we doing on the Sword Dancer, and what's the update on the Flanoir bidding war for Symphonia?
All right, so for the Sword Dancers for Tales of Symphonia, for fighting the first Sword Dancer, we're still sitting at $135.50 out of $250. So still need about $115 for that one. The ones behind it, the second Sword Dancer still has $1 solitary dollar, and the third Sword Dancer has $31. What was the other thing you were asking about?
I was going to ask about the bidding war for the Flanoir Heimdall cutscene. Although we should probably let PinkPajamas talk about this boss.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Cat's Bloopers, the harder of these three mini bosses. Although it's weak to fire. Casually, you have a lot of trouble, and it's also not obvious how to defend against the stone gaze that he has that will turn your guys to stone.
Until you realize it's death.
Yeah, it's death elemental, so you use Void Death against it.
And you just watch him die.
Watch him die with massive amounts of fire.
He's gonna try.
Even with this, I have died to this boss. So the Void Death can only remove 2 press turns. He can double target the Stone Gaze on the same character to make that character die. And if he also crits, he'll get another press turn. And I've had this a specific sequence happen to me where I died with 1 hit left after you use the Psycho Rage. So even though this run has looked relatively safe, I mean, I have gotten pretty low on HP at certain points, I can die at any point. Nearly any point.
Looking forward to the final dungeon.
Is it cool now to give that update on the donation incentive you're asking about for the Tales of Symphonia? This is for the Flanoir Heimdall cutscene character. Right now in the lead, we have Kratos with $230. Janice has 75. Sheena has 50. Rain has 35. And poor Colette has exactly 0.
As it
so
should
come on,
be.
Colette fans.
No, come on, Rain fans.
Clumsy is not a character trait, let's be real.
If you want Rain to leapfrog the leader, that's going to be at least $195 we've got to throw at that before that is cut off.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
So now we get to go to fight the big boss.
Varen, also known as Ravana. So there are 2 phases to it. Well, first off, we're going to go the incorrect way and get teleported to a different part of the stage, which is actually just a shortcut in this instance.
This is why I was calling it a teleport maze.
So the 2 phases. First phase, Ravana is invisible, so there are 6 spots, and I just have to kind of guess which one it is. And Sarah will give you hints each turn. Well, starting turn 3, each turn she'll give you a hint as to where Varen is. Or Ravana. And I just need like 5 hits. I will be using Rakukaja with CLO to just increase my defense for phase 2. I don't want to go to +4 on Rakukaja, because if I go to +4, they'll use Dekaja to completely null my buffs.
This is the first fight where you get to see Sarah do something too.
But going back to the buffs and Dekaja, a lot of encounters that have Dekaja as a move are actually hard programmed. That once you get up to 4 on something, they will actually do it. So there's some fights that has stretch just to get up to 3, but there's also a few that even though they have it, they won't use it anyways. So you can safely get up to 4, which is ideal.
I have a $5 donation here from Zeromus, who says, "You know I got to support the Mega 10 community by donating during the run. Hope it goes well for you, PinkPajamas, and I'll see you in another world. Hopefully we can get more Mega 10 in the next marathon."
Hopefully DDS2 for next year.
Oh, baby.
Oh, nice.
Land in the hit. Dude, are we gonna even need Sarah?
Probably not. Good first phase.
Well,
so that was 1 in 36 chance right there.
That was beautiful, man.
I don't think that has ever happened before.
Okay, fine. Now you get to see where Sarah be useful, right?
Yep.
So this is the very deadly phase of him. If you going through a casual playthrough, this wrecks a lot of people. So as Pajamas mentioned earlier, he has a special ability called Hunger Wave, which he's going to use now. So anybody affected by it takes the status called Hunger, and it's very nasty. But Sarah can cure that. So if you can get multiple people with it, it takes multiple turns for Sarah to come and cure it. So ideally, it's either none or one person gets Hunger. Unfortunately, Seraph has it, so skips his turn and he takes damage.
This means we have to use Force Repel on another guy.
I was going to say, is Surf the worst one to leave hungered?
Yeah, but I'm fine if it's 2, that's fine. I don't really care that much. I can go ahead and just use Augudine. Make the fight progress further. Finally heal up Surf, finally get my 3 Rocket Kajas stacked. And he's just going to use Hunger Wave again. And after he uses Hunger Wave, we'll always use
Infinite Wind.
Yeah, Infinite Wind, which I'll just repel right back at him.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
So unlike some S&T games that reflects every single bit of damage from every person that has Reflect, this one only does the 3 hits.
This might even kill right here. Yeah,
nice.
That was an ideal fight. I don't know how it could have gone better. Well, the first Hunger Wave could have been a little better.
I could have only gotten one person, but that's splitting hairs at this point.
Maxed out magic.
So now we're going to start turning Zerf into a very strong magic caster.
So his magic damage is essentially capped. It'll still grow a little bit because there is the level scaling as well, but for the most part, he's hitting as hard as you will be hitting at end game, which is kind of scary, actually.
I'm gonna get more water.
Here,
This is
actually,
a long cutscene.
Richard said he gets some water.
And now Sarah left us, I believe.
Thanks, man.
Sarah sees the kind of image and the kind of hears about what, or like a recording of something that happens in the real world. It's a little hard to explain, like, exactly, but she remembers something from the real world. I don't want to get too much into it because that would be Digital Devil Saga 2 spoilers. And here is where everyone kind of starts to realize that they're in
They're in the digital world?
Yeah, they're in the digital world.
I knew that didn't make sense.
Thank you.
That was the first cat that I ever saw. So then how did I know what it was?
That is not all. We also know of children and parents. And yet, none of these things exist here in the junkyard.
So then we remember these things from Nirvana? We actually died before and were sent to the junkyard? Now we're like this? We devour each other. Janana, Lupa, so many people died. And you think Sarah's behind all this? How the hell could she be?
I don't know. You know I ain't that smart.
And just skip the cutscene right after. It's like, huh?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Just gotta go to where Sarah is at the Karma Temple.
Yeah. So now we've beaten all the tribes, and now it's time to ascend to Nirvana, which is 10,000 feet, right, or something?
Something like that.
First, we get to go shopping. We have a bit of money to work with.
That logic cell.
Let's get a few more med kits and revival gems, just for good measure. Panic on everyone because I'm gonna need that for the boss fight coming up. And good thing I opened my menu. I can set my party again. And it's over. Death. I don't need that anymore. Actually, I do, but whatever.
That's later though.
Just remember to put it back on.
Yeah, for the birds. I think everyone still has ways to go in their mantra. No.
Enjoy the guitar riffs for a few seconds.
Yep.
Also, yeah. Also, the definitely not robots are actually robots.
And Sarah's hacked into them, basically, and are making them attack us.
She thinks that she can stop Angel all by herself.
Yeah, so the special abilities these guys, they can actually cause demons to revert back to their human form.
And instantly kill them, basically.
Yeah.
They're a bit annoying, for obvious
I think that's
reasons.
the only way anyone can die in this encounter. Is that exact sequence.
And it's not bad if somebody other than Surf goes down. Surf's pretty much the only one we care about.
Well, Surf couldn't die to that anyway. That's a magic attack.
Yeah. They ironically target the weakest person when it comes to magic attacks.
Is it really ironic though? They're just being smart.
Oh, yeah, true.
So here you can see Sarah working her magic to stop us from going into the tower. With how slow she walks, I wonder how we never catch up to her, though.
Well, we'll catch up to her at the very top.
I'm assuming some Emperor's New Grave shenanigans.
And again, she does get a real head start with this elevator, too.
Yeah, she has admin privileges.
Pseudo, take me to the top.
Instead, we go to the bottom.
Now we have to work from below sea level and then go all the way to the very top. By the way, I hope you've been enjoying the purple in this area.
We're going to be seeing it for the rest of the run.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, there is
Except for the bonus extender.
Yeah, except for the bonus instead, which I'll fight after the birds.
Hey, look, we just fought this.
Sometimes they can revert surf, and if they do that, I'll just use some of the wild bombs I have. It does about as much damage as Miragion.
So yeah, that's the difference between having a magic set like Surf compared to Heat's.
Still actually a lot of damage, actually.
I mean, what,
Yeah.
he took 255 though?
Yeah.
Surf took 71. It's not even half.
You can also just see the difference in how much, like, the ridiculous damage output from Surf. I guess that's what a 99 stat does when everyone else is sitting on 30.
Yeah.
Like maybe even 20 in Heat's case.
Just gonna go ahead and save.
So what's the combination that kills you here?
A Zeodyne, Shock Proc, like on the very first turn, on, like, say, Heat or something. And if I get Shock Proc, they will attack and then get repeated crits. Which means that someone will die, and I have to recover from that. Just making sure I have everything set. Yep. Again, it doesn't happen very often, but it can.
Their footsteps just don't quite sync up with the sound, do they?
They sync up even worse on the PS3 version.
I was actually just about to mention that. It's actually a good point to talk about. So this game actually technically has two versions. There's the PS2 version, which PinkPajamas is doing the run on. It was also released on the PS2 or PS3 for digital download. Unfortunately, the PS3's PS2 emulator is a bit buggy. So while it actually loads quite a bit faster, it also runs at like 80% speed everywhere else. So like it's playable. It's just significantly slower for an actual speedrun.
And it's about half an hour slower.
Funny enough, though, DDS2 it also has a PS3 version, and it's actually faster and doesn't lag.
Because it loads faster, because the kind of lagginess was fixed in that game. So the fastest way to play Digital Devil Saga 1 is off of PS2. The fastest way to play Devil Saga 2 is off of PS3.
Yep, it's a thing.
All right, boss number 1. Here we go.
This boss has a weakness.
I wonder what it is.
What could it be?
I'm going with fire.
I want to say it's ice. I mean, we are Ice Demon after all. That just makes sense.
I didn't set life bonus. Oh, well, that's fine. It's
Well,
fire.
dang. I was wrong.
This was actually one of the hardest fights for me casually.
When I got to this fight, I didn't have anyone with no status ailments except for Surf, so I just had Surf solo.
So if he didn't do that Void Electric, or whatever he did, she actually would have, Void Ice, she would have led with an Ice attack, which would have been pretty bad because it would have basically one-shot Heat.
And Frozen, probably.
Yeah. But if you do that, then she reads it and goes, oh, okay, I can't do that, so I'm going to Megidola instead.
Or just do anything else.
Here's
Yeah,
the Sonic Wave.
Yep,
it's a lot of damage.
And that's why you have Null Panic.
Yeah, that's why I have no panic on everyone.
Being able to nuke the weakness is kind of nice, though.
Probably didn't need to use that Void Ice, but... Oh, I guess I did. probably could have done that a turn faster if I used Taunt out of Heat and then Agidine. It's a bit risky though.
I mean, she was already at max Tarakaja, and you had ice.
No, I only used Taunt once.
Oh.
So doing another Taunt would have put it to max. Yeah, I forgot to set life bonus, but I was perfectly fine anyway.
So he's not even at 20 magic. 16. Are stat growths in this game fixed for your party members, or are they some like pseudo random?
Stat growths are fixed.
Okay.
The bonuses are random.
Okay.
Which he's got, I think he's got an extra agility.
I
from the
don't even
level ups.
remember. I don't pay attention to it.
I tried a little bit from when I was here.
In a lot of SMT games, when you level up, the stat growths are pseudo random, so you'll get different results from getting levels on different playthroughs.
All right, so on the bottom part of the tower, Rakshasas can show up, and they are the most likely way I can die going through this tower. Because they will just start, if they go first, they'll just use a whole bunch of physical skills, and 3 of them in a row will kill my entire party.
I think it's really funny that you get AP from the robots even though they're not demons.
And you can't even use Devour skills on them, but you still get AP. Yeah, that's a Rakshasa in the middle there. One of them is not scary.
That's when 3 of them are all together and they get a turn.
By any chance, do you know what the other stats in the game do? So strength ups physical damage. Last 2 are what? Agility and luck?
Luck is critical hit rate and ailment increase.
And ailment recovery.
And then agility is for hit rate on physical skills.
It might also be runaway chance.
And dodge.
And dodge. And it might also be first strike chance. I don't know exactly what agility does. And I know luck also increases the item drop rate, which I don't really need to pay attention to here. But it is a thing. If you're trying to go for the 100% run, you end up getting a lot of luck because you want item drops to get your money.
All right.
You need a lot of money.
Just want to take a minute to remind everyone out there watching, especially those that might be tuning in, that you are watching the RPG Limit Break 2018 event. We're coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah. This is an annual event that occurs every year in the middle of May. And it's fitting that May is Mental Health Month, as we are the ones that are benefiting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which is NAMI. It's fitting that we're here to support them because fewer than 50% of adults living with the conditions that NAMI is trying to support. Fewer than 50% of them will receive the treatment that they need every year. There are many factors that go into this, including stigma, lack of access, lack of knowledge. These are all things that that NAMI is committed to combating. So all of the donations that you make during the course of this event will go for that benefit, and they're always greatly appreciated.
All right, now we finally get
the null bot.
Yep, the null bot. Let's go over poison for now and keep Dream Haze. Because Surf still needs to learn Xandine for the birds, which is, yes, the next boss. Still a ways to go before that. It's about 4,000 feet on elevation. Currently I'm on sea level.
We were 500 feet below.
Think it would be a good time for him to read some donations off?
You have any?
In fact, I have an important one here. It is anonymous. It has no comment, but it is for $114.50. And why this is significant is that is the exact amount that was needed to fulfill fighting the first sword dancer incentive for Tales of Symphonia. So that is now complete. Now up next is the second sword dancer. That needs to get to $250. We got $249 to go there, so pretty much the whole way. So let's start getting after that one to get that fulfilled, and then hopefully the third sword dancer will come after that.
Thank you guys so much for all your generous donations.
Yeah.
I really do mean a lot.
All right, Titanias are what we want to see here. So Surf still needs some AP, and Titanias, they're weak to ailments, which makes the eating strat work pretty well, and you get a lot of AP off of them.
They weren't ready.
Remember back when we were talking about 100% for a bit, and he said he farms a lot of Titanias? Yeah, that's why. They also give a pretty good amount of AP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a specific hallway in the game that only shows, or that only has Titanias. We don't go through that area in the speedrun. That's just an optional area of the game. You can also see Arahabakis there, which are also good for AP and money. I'm not sure if I need the second one, but I'm just going to do it anyway.
It's not a very pixie-ish voice for Titania in this game. Just kind of been smoking some cigarettes or something.
This world's a harsh world, man.
And that's everything done now for those skills, isn't it?
I'm going to try and learn Miragidine. I don't need to, but having Miragidine will make the final boss go quite a bit faster. I also really want to get to the next save point, so
So are you still going to be feasting to try to get to Miragidine, or is it just like if you get it, you get it?
I'm going to try and eat large enemies and Titanias with Surf. Plus I still got like a few bosses to go, and there's even King Frost. They'll give me AP. Yeah, I want to save again. I think the Rakshasas are no longer appear at this point. They only appear at the bottom, and they're the only ones that are really scary. There are also... Oh, I wanted to set Mirag. The Miragidine mantra. There are Lakshmis, which do appear later on, and they have Dormina and Calm Death. And that used to be a way that you could die very easily in the final dungeon while you're doing a speedrun. But because we have Heat as kind of this anti-status bot, we're not really too worried about it, because he can't get put to sleep since he has Null Nerve set. And they'll also be losing Cresters.
Oh, baby. Aww. They didn't get a turn.
Well, I
If
saved not
he was going to die, that would have been the perfect place to do it. I was actually kind of hoping you would just to show off a little bit of S&T love.
So far it's deathless, unless it happened when I was gone.
No, it's been deathless so far. It is possible to die from repeated Miragidines. That does appear. And it has happened, though it is still pretty rare.
The guy who resists fire is dead.
If he resists fire, he has no way of surviving its magic. So I still think he's sitting on like a 17 or something in magic, which is kind of hilarious when we're at a 99.
He's got all strength, man.
He does hit hard.
All he cares about is punching.
Was there ever any consideration to like going for a physical type route, or is it pretty much always been just like?
No, it's always been fire. I guess I could talk about like the routes that have been changing. So it's always been Augidine on Surf. That's never been like in question. There has been quite a few route changes that have gone on. The first person I know who has done runs of this game is Abyssinem. I never actually saw him do any runs, but he was the first one I knew, and apparently there were Japanese people who did runs before him. But it was pretty much established there that you want to use Augidine with Surf. And in the earlier stages of the speed run, we would actually grind a lot less and try and run away from every single encounter. And you can get through the game that way. The problem is it's a lot riskier. You're a lot more eligible to die. Running away isn't 100%. Your skills are also a lot weaker because you're just barely getting Augie Lao by the time you get to Ajna. And in this route, I already have Augidine. So trying to go as low level as possible, low grinding as possible, just isn't fast. Being able to defeat bosses quickly is fast. And it kind of goes for the fact that we have the press turn system that we can use. Being able to exploit weaknesses means that our entire party gets 2 turns whenever we go. And with Surf being a glass cannon, or not even glass, just big damage.
He can nuke anything he wants to.
Yeah, he can nuke anything.
That's a sound effect.
He should be afraid of the fire, not Earth.
But he's an ice demon. Why would anybody ever think he's going to throw fire at him?
It's pretty funny because there's actually no penalty for going down whatever route you want to on these guys. So it's like optimal casualty to just make them go into whatever their weakness branch is so that you get access to null it as quickly as possible. Which again removes the ability for the opponents to kind of just snowball off of getting like 1 or 2 good Miragi Dines or something on Surf.
Wow, 54 damage.
I am pleased to announce that we have just received a donation from Phil in the amount of $249, and it says, "Second sword dancer done, let's get the third." So that was easy. Alrighty,
awesome.
So.
Thank you.
Yes. So just in case you are not aware of that context, that is for incentives for the Tales of Symphonia run, which is coming up next. First Sword Dancer met, second Sword Dancer now met. Third Sword Dancer is sitting at $31 out of $250, so $219 left to get to that one, and then the Trinity will be complete.
I think
so,
we can see that done before the end of this run. I believe in you
Oh,
guys.
absolutely. Oh,
do it,
yeah,
guys.
come on.
A lot of people love Symphonia. It's going to happen.
Well,
And Jay's put a lot of time and effort into...
Plus the third one's the one you actually want to see.
Yeah. The third one's really good. Like, has he showed you the strat
I haven't
for it
seen
yet?
actually. So I know the first one. The other two I'm not as sure of what the actual strats are. So
Yeah, it's really good. So I highly recommend, if you have the money, to donate to it.
I'll have to check it out later. After this, I'm going to bed.
Man, I don't blame you. You've been up late.
You guys are up for, what, 12 more hours?
7-ish?
Yep, 7-ish.
Well, I am. He's doing more stuff because it's crazy.
I kind of didn't expect us to be like a little this far behind schedule, so I actually made plans. I expected to take a nap after Symphonia, and I probably won't be able to now. So I'll have a fun day today. All right,
Oh,
gotta sneaky
man.
text into Jay real quick.
He sent us one already that he's up.
Yeah, a nice thing about learning Miragidyne, if I can do it, is that it also comes with fire resist, and that is fire is Surf's weakness, and being able to set that means that he will have no weakness.
Also, we do have an hour left on the estimate for a reason. This is a long dungeon.
Yeah, this is a really long dungeon.
SMT likes throwing gigantic dungeons for you at the end of the game.
So it can take a while just for the number of encounters you get, how many times you fail, escapes. That's really that's the main problem with it.
So shout out to the final dungeon in 4 Apocalypse being.
Oh god. Ugh, such a bad dungeon.
I'm waiting for a sale, and I get to experience that game.
It's really good.
Oh baby.
Until you get the final dungeon, and then you get the final boss, which is really fun.
Really fun, but also really hard.
Yeah.
That's also just true of any SMT game. So I would say that if you haven't played an SMT game, this is like Digital Devil Saga is actually a fantastic place to start.
Yeah.
It's very forgiving. It lets you get used to the press turn system, and like there's a lot less to focus on. There's no demon negotiations. It's just like this is how the combat in the series works, and you kind of get to play around with it in a pretty simple environment. There's no difficulty settings to mess with, so.
Not until the second one.
Yeah, and the second one you actually have to go. You have to do the import to even get access to hard mode. So.
I think you can do hard mode on New Game Plus.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, and you were saying the hard mode in DDS here really isn't that interesting anyway, so.
Also, a thing I don't know if you guys noticed yet, but the music starts to ramp up the higher we go.
Just Soji being an amazing composer.
Yeah, this series and most other, or a lot of series have their own like iconic composers. So for SMT, Meguro Shoji does basically all of the composing for the series. There's a couple of exceptions I can think of, but not very many. So he's as known. He does these. He does the Personas. He does the mainline series. Just absolutely fantastic composer.
I've got a $10 donation here from Lock116 who says, I mean, I'll almost definitely be sleeping during the thing, but hey, if it's that awesome, let me throw my donation towards it. Come on, Third Sword Dancer.
There's always VODs.
Yep.
There's always VODs. This is true. Thank you, Lock.
I know I'll be watching a lot of the videos once we're done here.
Yeah, this
Once
marathon
the week
this
is
year has
over.
been stacked. So many good runs. Actually, I heard Dragon Quest VIII went like really well.
Had a lot of really good runs as far as time goes. Had a lot that had some issues, including a certain disc eject.
I was there when that happened.
His reaction is just priceless for that, though. Just like,
so sweet.
Oh my God, what did I do? I don't know how that even happened.
He thinks it was hot enough in the room that when his shadow
No,
went over
that
the
wasn't
sensor.
it.
That's what he thinks. So that's
That's
what
not how
he
that
told me.
That is not how that works. That is not
No.
a heat sensor. That
I know.
senses like the electrical
It's
field.
It's a fingerprint.
No, it senses the electrical field around your finger. Like he was close enough to that to trigger it somehow. So congratulations.
Yeah, he God. It sucks, but so humorous at the same time.
Oh, it's comical. Hey, he got to finish the run. I didn't get that luxury, a couple of years ago.
Let's hope I don't get lost at all during this final dungeon. It happens to me a lot.
You practice the teleporters enough. I have faith in you, man.
I actually practiced this final dungeon so I wouldn't get lost.
As long as you're going up, I think it's okay.
It's a bit understandable. A lot of the walls in this dungeon are very samey, so you have to kind of remember, okay, what part am I at again?
And the right before the final boss is the last kind of teleporter maze, and it actually gets a little tricky. It's not the easiest thing in the world to memorize. Thankfully, when you go through the correct portal one time, it actually check marks it on your map. So if you do have to fall back, get lost, and get thrown back.
Yeah, so there are gimmicks here where there are fake walls and real walls. You just kind of have to check to see which is which.
Thankfully, they don't change. They're not like random or anything. So once you memorize them, you're good.
I mean,
it's a lot to memorize for this tower.
The best way to go about it is to pick the longest route possible, and you'll probably end up being right.
It wouldn't have worked for the previous one. They throw that thinking out, and they give you a bunch of different paths on the outside that you can take, but you just go straight through. And where all of the outside paths are the wrong ones.
Is there any indication on the little like suction things which direction you're gonna go, or is it just like you have to go into them to find out which way you're gonna go?
You gotta go in and get sucked out in one way.
That's what I thought, but I might have like missed like there's like a tiny like direction particles were going that would tell you where you're gonna go.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of the premise of the puzzles in this game. It's more trial and error than trying to give little hints about them.
You can kind of figure the suction puzzles out that are coming up because it's like, well, you kind of solve it backwards. What are the suction places that I need to go through in order to get to where I need to go? And then you can figure out, oh, this one isn't going to lead me anywhere, and this one could lead me to where I need to go. And you can kind of figure it out from there.
On the bright side, even like a lot of times, like when you get a wrong solution, the game will reward you with the chest or something anyway. So it tries to be a little bit nice, but obviously for a speedrun, we don't really care about what the contents of those chests are.
So remember the boss that we fought? That was that giant worm? Yeah, that's what he was supposed to look like if we allow him to eat any of those, but we don't.
But that one's probably a lot less. He has a lot less HP than the one that we the boss.
It's still quite a lot of HP for an encounter. 2 Agiines doesn't even kill it.
Yeah. But you know how a lot of people would like to reuse sprites? We're about to see the fastest reuse ever after this boss, if we get into an encounter.
And we're gonna see a pair of bosses for the next boss. We'll have one boss, and then it'll just go right into another one.
And then the next room over, it's a random encounter.
Yep. That's a random encounter right after.
So they don't even like recolor it or anything.
Nope. And the funny thing is that this is, in previous routes, this used to be like the thing to get past. Like right at the end of the run, you just pray, you would pray that you could get past. But I've actually come up with some ways to consistently get past these two birds.
You figured out a few of those last year's RPG Limit Break, actually.
Yeah, I was working on doing some rerouting last year in the practice room when my run was done.
That's where every time I see this guy at a marathon event, he's always like rooting something in the practice room.
When I came in last year, it was my first RPG Limit Break every day. It's like, oh, I figured out something else, so I'm rerouting from here up. It's like, man, what are you doing?
Meanwhile, I'm playing BlazBlue and just like, this guy actually does something somewhat productive.
I mean, I can't route if it's not on emulator, man.
Right about here. Alright. Gonna see Gale. That launch that we got onto Gale. Void Fizz. That's one of the things we need. We also need to set Tarukaja. Over, let's say, Force Repel. You need to eventually set Makakaja, so I'll go ahead and do that now. I don't need Void Ice anymore. I need Xandine set. I don't need that, and I want both of the force increasing skills. I don't need that. So Augudine and Xandine. And I also need Void Death on you over this for now.
Does Cielo even need his feast anymore?
Oh, good point. Well, whatever.
Not like he's got any time to put in damage this fight.
So I needed to learn Tarukaja on Gale. Or, like, I learned a whole bunch of skills on Gale just so he can get Tarukaja and Void Fizz. I need Tarukaja so it can combo with another Kaja skill. To get Dakunda. So that's the first time I got the Dakunda combo. Taiyu dies to 5 Xandines, and he is a real jerk.
Oh.
He really loves debuffing you. Let's see, yeah.
So right now
Against
you're
that.
at -4 Raikunda.
So I forgot who mentioned it. It was, I think it was during last RPG limit break that you sat there and were working on this, and then was like, "Huh, I wonder if I do this." And then he only debuffs now if you dekunda all of what he does to you.
I think that was just randomly what happened at that point.
Because I know we thought we could do it for the next one, and then it didn't work either.
No.
Mamu Doom.
Alright, so he's gonna die in one more hit, so we're gonna get rid of those debuffs that happened previously.
Because we're going, this fight stays and keeps going. It doesn't go out and get into a new boss fight.
Yep.
He just shows up.
So here's Garuda. This used to be like super, super scary, and you would just risk everything here. But I found the safe strat of having Gale learn Void Fizz, so whenever there's power charge, all this Void Fizz, that.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was quite a ways down. I'm just gonna go ahead and pop one of my other Somas. I get one off of this fight, so that's fine. I use a Soma. He also has a Dekaja in Dikunda. There's just so many things that Garuda can do that I kind of need to watch out for. Yeah, I can go for more damage.
No power charges or mind charges.
No. Mind Charge Megidola in particular is really hard to deal with. That will one-shot Gale, unless I have 2 Rocket Kages up. Fizz.
Does he always use a physical attack after charge? Yep. At least there he did.
Probably.
I don't know. Sometimes SMT enemies are weird and they'll like power charge and then. Like,
I don't think they've ever done that. So.
I would assume after a power charge, he would, if you didn't throw up a fizz ball, he would actually do something strong, but then reads that and it's like, okay, I'll just break it.
There are some enemies I've seen in other games where it's like they'll immediately they'll power charge, and then they will never use a physical attack afterwards or something, and it's like always comical. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, SMT is pretty big about the bait and switch. I forgot which game it was, but there's one that it would bait you into thinking he was weak to ice by him throwing up an ice wall when actually he's immune to ice and he's null the fire. So you go in using a fire attack on him and then realize you can't use that.
It's the other way around.
Oh, okay.
On the Yakos. It's not Mantra I need.
And
It's
it's
teleport back.
It's time for
King Frost.
Hee-ho? Hee-ho.
Hee-ho.
So, I want to fight King Frost right now. I could have fought him a lot earlier, but it's just fastest to do it at this point because I learned Xandine. So King Frost is actually Void Fire, so I can't use any fire on him. And the Jack Frost he summons are weak to fire, and that's nice. So I have this. So while I have Surf set up to be Agidine and Xandine, and while I have those skills, right now is just kind of the most ideal time to fight him.
And after this, it's the final climb.
Now, just a reminder, the whole reason why PinkPajamas is fighting this battle that he's about to, the King Frost battle that he's about to do, is because of your donations. You did meet that incentive. I know we were talking a little bit ago about some of the donation incentives coming up for the next game, Tales of Symphonia, and there was, I think the couch wants to have that 3rd Sword Dancer incentive met by the end of this run, yes?
Yeah.
All right, so $41 out of the $250 required, so we need $209 more to get that 3rd Sword Dancer incentive met for the next run.
So I just need to get one of the keys so that we can open up the chest to unlock King Frost.
The anti-demon field faded.
Yep.
The stomas are based off of the moon cycle.
Yeah,
And
once it gets to min, the stoma spray will run out, so I just have to use it again. And because I'm significantly higher level than all of the encounters in here, no wait, I'm just not going to get any of them. So I can walk through this entire place with 0 encounters.
And without having to do any of the puzzles again.
And that's another reason to do this a lot later. Well, there's still a couple. I still have to find the key. It's over here. And there are a whole bunch of different enemies that have different keys. But the specific one that has a key is that Titania right there. And I didn't even know I could get this encounter. Domo wasn't perfect.
Sara Savati's a little too high level.
Got that Tintarafu.
Is it based around your entire party, including like Argilla, who's out of the party, or is it just on the 3 that are in the actual fight?
That dialogue was great.
I didn't see it.
You can see it later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually fastest to kill this Titania with a skill that I unset. Alright, so I'll just use wild bombs.
He also has Devour, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
It all came together in the end.
I didn't get more AP on Fire God, but that's fine.
As expected, fully planned.
You were saying he should take it off.
Some of these areas have slight music changes, so that's why you're kind of hearing double on the harp. Because it fades out of one of the musics, or songs, and then goes into another one. Since I'm transitioning real quickly, that's what happens. Alright, I'm supposed to teleport back. I need to go and open the chest, not just go to the very top where King Frost is. I need to unleash him first. Bino. Look at all that.
So much hee-haw.
I now kind of want a Jack Frost wrapping paper, I'm not gonna lie.
Get on, Atlas. You'll make all the money. I guess more money. I actually wonder if they've made some over in Japan.
It wouldn't surprise me, but it also doesn't sound particularly likely. If that makes sense.
Yeah. At least to me.
I knew I could count on you.
So since King Frost is, an ice elemental demon, we don't want to have heat in the party because he's weak to ice. So we're just going to keep Gale in the party. In terms of setting, what I want to do is set Mazionga, Light Boost. I don't need Void Death anymore. I want to set Tarunda for a little bit of this. Void Death. And Surf is already set up.
Back at it again.
Yep, this exact encounter has just a high enough average level that Stoma is not getting rid of it. Probably if I got a few more levels, it would get completely removed.
That's slow.
Well, if I...
Oh, it's
okay.
Kukathalan.
Is that Cuckoo Lane? I thought it was...
It's Cuckoo Lane.
Okay. I was getting it mixed with Tamlin.
Wait, maybe that is Tamlin.
Tamlin has a teal armor, I thought.
I was pretty sure that was Tamlin. It's one of the two. Get another encounter so we can find out.
Knowing SMT now, we'll never get one.
That was the idea.
You never get one when you want one.
But now we've jinxed it by saying that, so we'll get one, even though we want one. Is that how this works? Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
There we go.
Cool.
Okay.
Cuckoo Lane.
It's Cuckoo Lane? Okay. I stand corrected.
I really miss these stairs. They're so nice and long.
He does not want to let you go.
He is following you. He wants to be taken to Nirvana with the rest of the party.
We don't bring any demons, though.
No demons allowed.
Should be fine, but
It's like
in
there's
case
a thinking
something
emoji behind
terrible
that.
happens, I'm gonna save.
Except half demons.
I thought the lore was that they were all like half human, half demons that were like transformed.
They're all in the Matrix. Who cares?
Respect the lore. Come on.
Man. They're all zeros and ones.
00101110.
Hee ho.
Hee ho.
Hee ho.
So here we're actually going to see a lot of buff and debuff stacking. I don't really need to do any of the agility ones, but this is... since King Frost does not have Dikaja or Dikunda, he can be pretty scary.
Oh!
That attack animation is great.
Also disintegrating Jack Frost into nothing.
So we set up the defense and the attack down so that when I use taunt, I won't get
The big
murdered.
hee-ho.
Hee-ho. Hee-ho.
Hee-ho.
That suction cup sound effect is hilarious, by the way. It's like the pop or whatever.
First use of Makakaja. And then we're finally going to get some big damage once we get these
Hee-ho.
buffs and debuffs up. Oh yeah, the Frost Rush attack that he uses, that is physical, and so that's why I need to use Tarundos and Rakakaja, because it still does quite a bit of damage. If I don't stack a whole bunch of buffs and debuffs.
1300.
1300.
So that's a 3-stack? Now you're at 4 stacks.
Yeah, I'm fully stacked on attack, magic attack, and defense now.
So ideally we only want one celestial gift, but sometimes we get 2.
Or 0.
Or 0, if it happens, but normally you'll get at least 1.
Yeah, now we can start going in for damage. 1400.
Oh!
Is there anything negative that would happen if you just left one of the Jack Frosts alive? There's just extra press turns you just don't want the King Frost to have.
There's no reason not to kill it. But yeah, it'll buff the attack. And the attack that it does can do quite a bit, especially with Cocytus here. So I need to make sure it's not.
That hits the CLO.
Yeah, that it's
That Frost Rush
debuffed just enough that I can survive.
Hee-ho.
There we go. King Frost down. Get your he's and your hose. All in.
Oh, Lux stat increase. Nice. For the one that we don't use anymore.
Yep. There goes Gale. And everyone's full up. And by beating King Frost, we get an extra mantra. I think it's the one that has a Cocytus, although I'm not entirely sure. But Cocytus is a very high chance of getting a freeze proc on any enemy, and that means that whatever physical skill you end up doing next will crit if they get the freeze proc.
It's also more damage than Bufudyne, isn't it?
I don't know.
Why would he use it? It's
Possibly.
ice. We're only fire here.
I have to check the 100% run then.
I know Cocytus is used in the 100% run against the Arahabakes because they're weak to it. That's one of the ways that they get a lot of money. Alright, so we're going to teleport back to where we were after we beat Jitai and Garuda.
Should ask Connery sometime about how to actually kill a Moicano, because I'm sure he's actually done it. Just a random thought.
So now we're on the last little string here until we get to the final boss.
Let's see if I can get that Miragidyne.
Good luck.
Just run into a couple more Titanias and you got it.
Titanias don't show up, but there are a few high-level, like large enemies that show up that I can put to sleep and that will feast to eat.
Is it Arahabak? No, not.
No, not Arahabaki. Samael. I think Horus works too. Yeah, Samael, Horus, and a single Kata Bloopers can work, although you can't really put it to sleep.
Gate of Hell, that skill that we never let us see.
Gate of Hell is a physical attack. It's AoE, and it can petrify you. So what could have happened there is my entire party got petrified, and that would have killed me. And here's Horus.
Physical attack after Petrify does kill you in this game, right?
Most of the time, yeah. There's a chance it doesn't.
Force attacks are guaranteed to, though.
Oh, dang. And there it is. Miragidyne for the final boss.
The Ice Demon is a fire god now.
Let's put it over. Nope, not that.
Do you need double feet
Force.
still?
Do you need Dia still? Well, I guess yeah.
Yeah. That's my source of healing.
I mean, Argilla can cast it.
She can't do it very well.
Blocks your path.
This is the final block, but it's going to take a long ways around to get there.
We got to go down first.
Mm-hmm. We get through these kind of sideways teleport mazes.
Well, while you're doing this walk around here, I'd like to remind everyone that you are watching the RPG Limit Break 2018 event, which proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI for short. If you want to get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, that's N-A-M-I. They're also on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMICommunicate, or check out their Tumblr blog at notalone.nami.org. Remember, it's not weakness to need help. Please reach out if you think you need it.
So Xanadu there is kind of a unique skill in that it's just expel damage, and expel normally does kind of a percent of your HP, but in this case it's just damage.
Oh, interesting. That's the Mockery card. It's not actually Mockery card in this game.
Oh, it's Magic Repel.
So I didn't notice that. It's interesting.
All the fake walls.
We have a $25 donation here from Zeta, who says, donating to charity seems like an awesome idea, and it's even better when you can put the champion of the FF1 tourney in the spotlight. Shoutouts to Indy for this idea. Donation goes to Cruel as the Warrior of Light name, and that's C-R-R-O-O-L. Speaking of putting money towards particular incentives, we still need that third sword dancer.
SMT encounter rate is great. I love it.
He just doesn't want you to leave. He wants his friend to stay.
He wants that showtime. That screen time.
See how big I am?
See how much damage difference there was there with Mabufu dying between Heat and Surf. Surf took 23 damage, Heat took 150. I went the wrong way.
Is there any reason you have Surf in the lead of the party, even though he doesn't have Quick Escape? Or is it just more for...
Well, I'd have to change back for whenever I fight a boss. I needed Surf on first for Jitai and Garuda. I needed him first for King Frost.
Alright.
And then it's just for the bosses. Maybe it'd save time to switch.
I guess it's the difference between the menu versus however many encounters you get.
Go here. Yeah, there's an invisible wall here, so you needed to warp past it.
Just wants to be your friend.
I don't think we've seen any Garudas or
no
the birds yet, though.
So we got 3 of these little teleport things. This is the very first one, which means it's the easiest one. Yeah, apparently haven't seen any Garus or Tayus. They do show up. What's also a really rare encounter through here is Onkyoki, and that's pretty much the only way to get power noises in this game to permanently increase strength on one of your characters.
Capping out stats.
Yeah, normal levels aren't going to be enough.
There we go.
There's Garuda.
There we go, starting off strong.
Oh boy.
He's really showing off now.
Yeah, that's the pattern that I needed to have. Okay. I needed to have Gale in the party for Void Fizz and +2 Rakukajas just to survive on the next turn. Thankfully, you can run away here, but still.
We have a $10 donation here from Herschel who says, never tried a Shin Megami or Persona game for fear I wouldn't know what on earth was actually happening. Glad to see that's exactly the case. Loving the run and the event. Keep up the great work, runners and Limit Break crew members. Thank you, Herschel, for the donation.
That's not just you, that's everybody.
Yeah, that's what I gathered.
This actually takes a good amount of focus to try and remember which of these teleports I need to take. I think, yeah, I went through the wrong one there. I get a lot of these mixed up.
Yeah, it's really hard when they all look the same.
I'm still impressed with how much of this you're doing with 0 notes.
There's Samael.
There's the big boy.
I probably could have done this a little faster with notes, but I just didn't feel like messing with that. I could probably do a Nocturne Heart True Demon ending without notes if there wasn't a compendium to worry about.
For reference, that's like a 14-hour run.
Yep.
It's under 13 hours now.
Yeah. I got 1240 a couple weeks ago.
On average, it's a 14-hour run.
Yeah, on average, 14 hours.
But it's a great watch. So if you ever get a chance to see him live doing it, watch it.
Okay, you asked for it.
Is that the first time we actually got him to say something?
I mean, we've heard your ass is mine. I think that's CLO's first time talking.
Yeah.
Gale talked once.
I think I heard Argiela's, and
Yes.
Surf is the silent protagonist.
So we got everyone's head accounted
So what you're
for.
saying is Surf is the one that talks at the beginning of every fight.
Yeah.
Obviously.
The ... The protagonist staple. This one.
Don't worry, he's getting close.
Yeah, this is the last movement area in the entire game. We're gonna have 2 bosses. We're gonna have the second last boss and then the final boss right after.
I hope you like snakes.
There's Jatayu.
All that just to get here.
And we're done with teleporters.
I just need to set up. Boost, Raku. Okay, I'm gonna set up for the final boss as well. Setting Sukukaja just in case. You get the last one there. And you...
Miragi dying over Double Feast?
Yeah, I do need Miragi Dine. Guess I might as well set it for the final boss as well. Force boost. No amp. And that's it. I can't set force boost because I need every other skill slot.
Alright, attack mirror type.
I got a couple of donations here. We've got $5 from Zero Blade Edge, who says, "Hey, Pink Pajamas and Ghoul. Good luck on the last leg of your run, Pink. Good to see SMT represented here. Put this towards runner's choice." And then we also have a $10 donation from Baskra, who says, "Let's get cruel to RPG Limit Break."
So here's the use of those attack mirrors that we got so long ago.
Look at those press turns. 7 press turns. 1 for each head. Whenever he uses attack, it just loses its entire turn. It's kind of annoying that attack mirrors appear in the very middle of the menu. So we're just buffing up damage as much as possible while we have the 3 attack mirrors. Stun Surf. Okay, in this case, I'm just gonna go with 1 Makakaja. Or 3 Makakajas. Attack mirror.
Taunt is kind of funny here because, again, it's buffing his physical attack while also decreasing his defense, which gets bounced back at him with the mirror.
That's just really bad luck with the Suns right now.
I'm going to use a magic mirror here to try and see if he uses one of the status effects, and that'll get rid of his entire turn. Nope. And that's why I saved. Yep.
Hey, we get to see the game over screen this time.
Yeah, I got lucky or really unlucky in that Surf got status effect 2 times in a row there. So nothing I could really do on that.
Targeted down. So.
Well, they normally target down. I just had to hope they used the status effect. So there's the one death so far.
Pink Pajamas, real quick, just right before you did that fight, one of those donations was towards runner's choice. Can you remind us what that is?
We'll go ahead and go with the 3rd sword fight.
3rd sword answer it is.
I don't know if I've ever had that happen to me.
He possibly read the wall put up. That's why he reacted as such.
You already did all the settings.
Okay, I already did the setting.
He doesn't have a...
It's not a particularly long fight. It's just you need the setup to go well.
So the other problem with Surf dying is that he loses all the Makakaja as well. So, because whenever you die, your buffs and debuffs fall off. So.
This time he's just going in for the attacks.
There we go.
Perfect. That's 2,000.
500 and another 2,000. So once he gets low on HP, he'll always Dekunda Dekaja. And once he gets into low HP phase, he'll use Dia. And
oh no.
Look at that
Dia.
big heal.
Oh, he's healing so much. All that damage.
We're just going to have to start from the beginning again, aren't we?
Yeah. And the fight from here on, once he gets another turn, is super scary. But we just did so much damage with all those buffs and debuffs that we can take Snake out.
If we burn them into nothing.
He got more than one level there too.
That was 3 levels.
So now we're going up to the final boss.
Final boss being Angel. That spoke to us at the very beginning of the game. So there's 2 kind of phases or forms of the fight. The first form has 4 phases. And I need to get my Makakaja stacked up. Well, I have Miragi Dine, so I don't strictly need to do it, but I'm going to just go for it anyway. It's faster that way. Because you keep your buffs from phase 1 to phase 2, although the debuffs don't stay because it's a different enemy in a way. So my goal for phase 1 is to make it through with just make it through with Makakaja. Each part of the first phase has 1,000 HP. Usually about 2 Agidines. The first one we're not going to be completely buffed, so it's going to take 3 Agidines.
No way.
So in that great cutscene, we actually learned that Angel is Sarah's mother.
And father.
Yes. She, yeah. Mother-father. And she too is also a demon. So this is her first form.
Stoned.
Yeah, Vaikuta can be scary because stone. This is the original person who has Hunger Wave, so we have Sari here.
And she healed up the wrong person.
So now she's going to transition to the on her next turn.
I think the scary attack that we don't want to see is like Bavarita or something. Genocide, if it crits, can also hurt a lot. Yeah. I've died to Genocide critting and then another attack after that. Let's see what else. One element that I have a weakness to. Couldn't count to 4.
You are not the chosen one, sir.
No.
Now we're going back to the first phase. Nope.
At least he keeps his buffs when he's when he's stoned. I just gotta re-roll for this turn. Alright, debilitate is why I set Super Kaja. To just kind of cancel that out. So debilitate. She really likes to stone me.
You didn't get any of these during practice yesterday, too. It's very unfortunate.
At least I'm not dying.
That's true.
So I'll take solace in that. I mean, what can happen is that she can use her... Yeah,
There we go.
Fire-Rava.
Good night.
Yeah, does quite a bit of damage.
It's like you're not supposed to live through it or something.
And if that was specifically targeted onto Surf, he'd lose all of his magic attack buffs. We actually got through a full loop of the song.
But now
it's time for the true phase.
So there are these 6 orbs, one of them for each element and physical. And when one of those orbs is active, or like there, that respective element will be reflected off of the final boss, and that also means that you lose your entire turn. So that's why I have Xandine set on Surf.
goodbye that orb. So now no one's immune to fire. And Miragidine.
Big damage.
2,000 on everything. And every turn she'll get a free press turn that makes core. That's random.
Pretty much we want anything but fire.
Fire means we don't do damage to the boss. But, Dakaja.
Yep, Dakaja is likely to happen, but if it doesn't happen, I save like 5 minutes or something. That also means that that's not like Hunger Wave or Vanity. Hunger Wave and Vanity are the only really scary things for this boss. One thing that will hopefully not happen here, I don't think I've ever had it happen in speedrun, but if there are 3 orbs after you kill all of them, then she'll use Reincarnation.
And that brings all 6 back with a huge damage.
Yeah, it'll pretty much nearly kill you. It'd probably kill everyone but Surf.
And there's a fire.
There's a fire orb. At least I can one-shot with Xandine even without buffs. Surf gets cursed. That'll be a little trickier. Okay, that's fine. As long as Surf doesn't get cursed, we're fine. I don't care if anyone else is cursed because Surf's the only one doing damage.
Wind?
Random status elements does nothing.
I mean, Cielo can't get any though, so.
There's actually a precedence order on the status elements. I don't know how high Curse is though.
Lightning.
Time's coming up soon.
Oh, it's fit.
Yeah, physical and lightning look really similar when they're summoned.
She's probably gonna die next turn, I'm guessing.
Or to this.
Yep.
There we go, time.
Impossible.
So,
Oh, that's what Angel looks like.
Yeah. the real form of Angel. Good watch the final cutscene, but we should probably just go to Tales of Symphonia. Pretty much what happens here in the story is that the graveyard kind of disintegrates, and we get taken to the real world, where the events of Digital Devil Saga 2 happen.
To be continued.
Yep, to be continued.
We escaped from the Matrix.
All right. I do want to make one shout out to Fumi Yuko, one of the Japanese runners of the game. He currently has the record at it's a 430J RTA, so on this time it'd be like a 423-ish. And he did some rerouting off of what I've done and made the time go down even further. So, and thank you all for being commentary.
Thanks for having me.
Razel, Ghoul, and Gedrith.
The cat's name is Schrodinger.
We'll see who that one is in DDS2.
Hopefully next year.
Hopefully.
All right, well, GG to PinkPajamas on that great run of Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga. Up next, we've got an any % run of Tales of Symphonia by JModa16. That's definitely one you won't want to miss. So again, you are watching RPG Limit Break 2018. Be sure to stay tuned, and thanks so much for watching.